that's the end of the song. Good evening. Good evening, everybody. How are you? I hope you are all keeping well. Welcome back to Crouch After Dark. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. It is Saturday night. How is everybody? We've got our restream chat working this time, and we are actually live on Twitch as well. Last Saturday we weren't, but I fired it back up, and we've got them both going. And today we are checking out Daymar. I don't normally come here, but people say that it's great, and I know that it's great, and I've watched a lot of star streams here on Daymar. You know, I just prefer the solitude of Magda. We are, as you can see, well, kind of in that tiny little preview window up there in the Star Lancer Max. Yes, I splashed out and I got myself the Star Lancer Max. How is everyone? JP's here with us. Julian's joined us on what's called YouTube. Flossie's here. Good evening. I hope you are having a wonderful weekend. We can go no further without... I thought I was prepared, but you know. Dark Acorn has joined us with store credit, I hope. The old Tim Tam. You know how we start every stream here. Just another freelancer. I'm actually really enjoying this ship, and we'll talk more about it as we get into it. But the Tim Tam. What is a Tim Tam? I hear nobody asking. Well, that's okay. I'm going to tell you anyway, because this is how we start every stream here at After Dark. With store credit, I hope. Please, Crouch. It is 2 chocolate biscuits with a little bit of chocolate in between the biscuits, and then it's all wrapped up in delicious chocolate. And we're going to make sure that we've got no holes in this biscuit, because if there's holes in this biscuit, it cannot be used like a straw. And it is that mechanism that allows us to turn this regular old delicious Tim Tam into a freaking amazing gooey chocolatey mess and slam it in our cake hole. Now, this one does have a small little hole. You can see it right there. So I'm going to bite off the opposite corners, starting with this one, because that's where the hole is. And that's going to open up the biscuit inside and allow us to slurp our favorite hot beverage through this delicious biscuit, and thus, therefore, transforming it into a Tim Tam Slam. Can I just record an Atreyu Tim Tam monologue? There we go. The biscuit is properly prepared. Now I have in front of me a hot chocolate. This time, unlike last week where I was berated for using Milo in my hot chocolate, I have thus therefore transitioned to some Cadbury's drinking chocolate. It's also a lot less, you know, edible for the ninja. She can't just sit there with the little tub of, you know, drinking chocolate and eat it like she does with the Milo. Give that a little stir. You could, of course, use whatever beverage you like. Coffee, tea, milk, warm orange juice, whatever you want. As long as it's warm, hot, whatever. It's going to turn the chocolate in here into a gooey mess. Let's get this done. Whoop. Yep. The audience is waiting for the slam. Well, I've got to build up the anticipation, you know. My mum hates it when I eat the milk powder. 24 hours of Indian man eating a whole pack of Tim Tams without sharing any with his daughter to chill and study too.
Tim Tam.
Speaking of which, she's got, you know, is like a ninja. Jason the Bruce, hello from Ballarat. Are you out there for the weekend, Jason, or have you moved? Yeah, here we go. Dark Acorn, speak of the devil.
Okay.
She just comes to raid the Tim Tams. She just comes to raid the Tim Tams. Charlie, he said he wasn't going to share. All right, let's jump in. The kid tax, yeah, indeed. You're over there for an Indian motorcycle event. It's just the weekend. Ah, that sounds amazing. So we are in the Star Lancer Max. The Star Lancer. The Star Lancer. I'm actually really enjoying this ship. It's I've taken it out for a rock mining expedition so far. And it actually doesn't handle too badly for, you know, for a big ship. At least on Magda. So we're gonna check out what Daymar has to offer. Now there is a whole lot going on in Star Citizen right now, and one of the reasons we're here at Daymar is because it is absolute chaos at New Babbage right now. IAE 2953 is 2053, 54, 2954 is running. So I was there this morning when it began to go in and check it out. I rented myself an Intrepid. And I've got to say, I do really enjoy that ship. But, you know, my experience with it was fleeting. It was very early in the morning. And I really wasn't playing for very long. And I brought the Intrepid back to Hurston. I flew over to Edmund. I landed there to just go have a bit of a run around and see what was there. And then somebody in a Polaris just came and started, you know, pushing my Intrepid. It wasn't even on a pad. Started pushing it around. And I was like, okay, I'll let that dude chill and do what he wants to. And, you know, so be it. So I ran around, did my looting and checked out. And then I came out and the Polaris was on the ground. All doors open. So I thought, oh, let me go aboard this Polaris and see what's going on. Nobody was there. So I flew that Polaris back to Lawville, reclaimed my Intrepid, which was at this point now floating above the pads at Edmund, and went for a little fly around. I'm really enjoying that. Anyway, it is chaos over at New Babbage right now. Did I see the Carrick blast shields crouch? I saw a very quick snippet. If it was on some video over on Star Citizen's YouTube channel, there was a very quick snippet of them talking about the blast shields, talking about the cargo doors. Maybe I might have to, you know, pick up the Carrick again. If they're talking about 4.0, right? Blast shields, cargo doors are 4.0 now. 4.0 is not that far away, so I really do like the Carrick. It's just in its current iteration is relatively useless. The paint job on the ship is sexy. Chrome, man. I love Misk. You know, I love everything about Misk. I love the letterbox window because it feels like you're in a plane. And, you know, obviously working at the airport on freight planes, you know, I get to climb inside the cockpits fairly frequently. And it's quite nice to... it just feels nice, right? I love the bulbous nature of these ships. You know, all the curves and rounded surfaces and this is a big ship. And for rock mining, it's quite an endeavor, quite a journey to get to the back of the ship. The giant Airstream camper van, says Julian. Yeah, exactly. Holy cow, we're going to have a bit of a look around this ship. Obviously, you guys have probably already seen it all. You know, I don't review stuff and all that sort of stuff, so I'm always late to the party. But, why doth nothing be appearing here on Daymar? I thought people said Daymar was good. All right, so nothing out there. So normally I'm scanning at 75 Pierce, whatever that means, right? And that's bringing up things sort of, you know, around me. And then zoom into 100 and ping one of these things, or zoom into 99. And if it pops up with multiple little icons like that, then it's always going to be rocks. If it's sort of one icon but the name still looks all clustered like that, then they're generally gems from a distance. So, and then obviously anything that pops up close to us, we always check out. As usual, one ugly ship puts the fug in ugh. I'm assuming you're talking about the Intrepid. I actually really like it. I actually, you know, it's grown on me. I wasn't sure how I felt about it. Yeah, I think it's a wonderful little starter ship. Obviously outside of its single size 4 weapon, which is obviously, you know, it's a reasonable size weapon, but, you know, having one of them is, you know, it's not a capable fighter, right? But, you know, I don't think that's its purpose. I don't know. I really like it. Here we go. Obviously, we get multiple little teardrop icons because we're quite close to these gems. No idea what they are. Let's give them a scan. Sounds to me like Star Citizen is Star Citizen. Well, look, right now, as JP was saying earlier before the stream in the chat, you know, it's... I don't know why CIG does this to themselves. You know, they're running, you know, a free fly event on top of a major in-game, you know, let's bring up our scanning. $1. On top of a major sort of fleet battle. It's... I don't know why they do it. I doth not know why they do it. So yeah, things are not, you know, feeling very good over there. This is one thing I love about Daymar, is all these canyons and stuff. It is an actually beautiful moon. You know, Magda by comparison, you know, is very much, you know, a desolate moon. It's very, very flat. Oh, you know, in comparison to, you know, the canyons and stuff you find here at Daymar. Heading into the mountains. This is not really where we want to be going. Now, one of the reasons I'm in the Star Lancer is to really just, you know, test out its capabilities as a rock mining vehicle. It performs fine from a, you know, from a performance perspective. It moves around nicely, you know, at least at the speeds that we need it to as a rock miner. But it is a very you know, fat, wide, and low ship in terms of its landing gear. So seeing how we go with uneven surfaces and all that sort of stuff. All right, y'all, says Julian. How about some likes for the man? Punch that button. Thank you, Julian. That's very kind of you. I do appreciate everyone tuning in again. It is the second stream, boy, on a Saturday, so we're going to try and make this a regular thing. I was thinking I might stream yesterday. You know, I had a couple of brief, you know, posted up on Discord about doing something for the current... Oh, yeah, because, you know, the Safe Stanton event running. Oh, yeah, I guess that's part of the fleet battle, which is balked right now. Phase 3 doesn't really seem to be working properly. You know, if you can get on a server that's just crashed, or you're on a server and it crashes, then that's a good time to try phase 3, but it doesn't seem to be super reliable. So we're going to be waiting for that to get sorted out. It's such a ridiculous mission. I was on a server yesterday and there were a bunch of people doing or trying to do the phase 3, you know, kill the Idris. You've got to do it 3 times. Phase 1 and phase 2, you've got to do either of those missions. So in each of the phases, there you get 2 missions you can choose from, and you've got to do a total of 6 missions. So you can do 3 of one and 3 of the other, or all 6 of one, or whatever combination you want. But you've got to do 6 missions for phase 1, 6 missions for phase 2, and then phase 3 is the fight the Idris battle. You've got to do that 3 times. Now, jumped on the server. It, you know, it crashed about, server errored about 15 minutes after I got onto it, and then people were like, oh, the mission's going to work, let's do it. And they were forming a big party and all this sort of stuff, and I thought, let me just accept this mission. I'll accept the mission and I'll get on with what I'm doing. And anyway, it was in the chat, it's working, hooray, it's working. And the Idris is here. And I'm coming in now. I'm arriving. And then there was a battle, and I was mining over on Magda, and then everyone was like, GG, well played. And then it came up on my screen, mission completed successfully. I was like, okay, so I checked my journal. Yep, fair enough. One of 3 missions completed successfully. So I accepted the mission again and went about my rock mining. And, I've never participated in the battle, but somehow I managed to complete it. I wasn't anywhere near the battle. The mission is totally balked. You like the Intrepid as well, Jason? Yeah, it's a lovely little ship. As a starter ship, I think it's got its merits. It's got. I've been seeing in everyone's videos saying, well, I don't know why you'd want the cargo to be accessible from the inside, but every time there's cargo that's on the outside, people are like, oh, you can't access the cargo. Someone's gonna steal it. Being able to access the cargo makes it an amazing loot runner, because the cargo is protected from the outside, but you can still access it from the inside to access your loot, put your loot inside there, being able to access the store all containers. Having the 2 separate wings, gives you some level of, organization. Maybe you want to use one side for your own storage, one side for, running freight or whatever. Who knows? But it's got a wonderful crew area. It is the interior of the Intrepid is beautiful. It is a wonderful ship. Is this where we did that multiplayer shooting event that time? No, that was over on Aerial. We are here in Daymar, which is in the Crusader sector of the system. Daymar obviously being one of the moons that is around Crusader, the gas giant. And so far, to quote a movie where they doth be in the desert, we ain't found shit. Oh well, this is what mining is about, flying around trying to find the goodies. So, we have IAE running. Now, I discovered this just by happenstance, I think. Actually, no, it wasn't by happenstance. I was fumbling around streams, and I briefly heard somebody talk about... I'm going to turn off my head tracker just so we're not jumping all over the place. About IAE missions, and there is an IAE Academy. Now, they're not missions per se in game, but they are sort of tasks that you can complete, and they track it outside of game, and then you can go... I put a link in the Discord, actually, if people want to check it out. Then you can go to that page, and at the end of each day, it updates. So there's 5 different tasks you can do, or 6. I think there's 5. Can't quite remember. And then apparently, at the end of each day, they update it. If you've done one of those tasks in the game, they put a little stamp saying, you've done this, you've done this, you've done this. You need to do 3 of them. And if you do 3 of them, you get a suit of armor and a gun and, happy days. So check out the IAE Academy. If you've got an alt account that you haven't been on in a while or since the last update, since 23.3 went live. Then when you log in, make sure you do the tutorial, because that is one of the things that you can do that gives you credit for, participating in IAE. And then there's things like, do your first bounty hunter mission, do the first holding mission, obviously go to the IAE main hall. Now, I don't know what happens, so, I don't know how it figures that out. So I just went into the main hall and rented myself a vehicle. In that case, I was on my alt account for Argo Hurston. Very, very much looking forward to getting Argo back out again and having some adventures with him. I don't really fancy this one right here on the side of a mountain. I think the answer to that one is maybe not right now. And then there's a couple of other things, I don't know what they are. There's a link on the Discord, or you can find it on the RSI website. It's kind of hidden. It's stupid, actually. Let me show you. It really is stupid. I never would have found it. I don't know. Is this the right button? Oh God, no, that's not the right button. How the hell does all this shit work? Ship views. Oh, give me a minute. We need to make some quick modifications to my Stream Deck. Just a minute. So, why does it open that? Screen capture. Okay, so it's opening that up. All right, let's go over to OBS. Oh, we need to put this in studio mode. Bear with me, just for a minute, people. So we had the IAE going on, and I was talking about Argo Hurston. So I logged him on last night and went and did my 3 missions. I'm very much looking forward to the 4.0 wipe and starting, afresh, especially on one of my alt accounts. Now, Argo has a small backstory, which we'll get into later in the course of time when it becomes a bit relevant. But he has a Pisces, right? It's just a little Pisces. And then he, I got the Luminalia awards for him last year. Obviously, and now hopefully I'm going to get these IEE suit of armor and all that sort of stuff. But starting with that, alt account in 4.0 is going to be so refreshing. Now, the thing about, alt accounts and, all these 0 to hero things that people do is you get to have a little bit of fun with how you approach the game. Why the hell is this stuff not bringing up? Oh, hang on. Yeah, I've got to click on this button here. Capture main monitor. But that's not the main monitor. Display my primary monitor. There we go. So now, okay, this button should work now. Hooray! So the RSI website, right? If you go to the IEE 2954 more info page, right? I never would have found this. In fact, if you go through, you have a look at the event schedule, oh, hang on. Well, there we go. It's pretty straightforward. I don't know how I missed this. I never saw it in the beginning. Maybe it got added afterwards. I don't know. Here we go. Get started in the verse, the IE Academy. I found it from a crazy little link down here, right? I was like, I don't know, what the hell is this IE Academy? I clicked on it and, you know. The IE Academy. So 5 tasks. First steps, do the tutorial, go visit the IE main hall, I think it says. Take the metro to the Tobin Exhibition Centre and enter the show floor. And check back here daily to track your progress. So I'm assuming there's going to be like some little stamps underneath here or something. It's because I'm on a night schedule. It's so weird. It's still the first day of IEE, but I've slept and been awake twice, you know. Anyway. Let's get back to what we are supposed to be doing. It's become nighttime on Daymar. I'm not sure how I feel about this now. Well, so far we haven't found anything here. We found some Dolivine. Well, that's not terribly exciting. Those are rocks for sure. We've lost the light. So far, Daymar does not be impressing me. Let's get ourselves into some light. What is that? That's OM3. Let's go around to OM1. Motherfigures joined us. Yo! I'm trying to get a rock to Pyro, but no luck so far. You can't just stick it in the cargo ship and take it to Pyro? I have specifically not watched anything about Pyro. You know, I very much tried to, you know, limit my, my contact. I haven't, you know, watched any streams. You know, I've seen glimpses, and that's about it. As I mentioned last week, not been in the PTU for a long time. It kind of spoils the journey of discovery, right? Like that, like in, you know, one of the episodes of Sharp, you know, where they're, is it the first episode? I think it's the first episode of Sharp where they sort of get to the end, you know, he's going to protect this box, it's full of papers, and, well, they tell him it's full of papers, it's got an ancient Spanish flag in it that they're trying to protect and stuff, and anyway, towards the end, you know, one of his, you know, comrades, she's like a Spanish assassin, says to his commanding officer, you know, when he finds out that the box isn't full of papers, which he suspects, and that, you know, he's just protecting this flag, she's like, why didn't you tell him what was in the box? And he says it would have ruined his journey of discovery. And so that is what, you know, all the Pyro stuff has been for me. I'm trying not to ruin my journey of discovery. All right. Look how many places there are on Daymar. And just imagine what this is going to be like when we get these new, you know, sectors and stuff that, hello, we get these new sectors and everything that they were talking about in, you know, one of the episodes of, was it Citizen? No, it was at CitizenCon. What's going on, buddy? With all these like little outposts and everything, it's going to be amazing to have like all of this stuff all over the planets. I just hope that like not everything is, you know, star mapped. It's, you know, discoverable and we can plot them. Yeah, got it in the ship. Get ship to gate. Oh, then crash the desktop. Okay. Friendly Polly, is that you, Motherfig? Oh, I hope. Oh, I don't care what this dude's doing. He can destroy me and then we'll just get a new ship and start again. It's not a big problem. Darth Caleb, how are you liking the Star Lancer? I have the TAC, so I haven't gotten to play with it yet. yeah, I'm really enjoying it. You know, it's a wonderful ship. I'm a big fan. Right now is not the greatest place to get views of the ship whilst we're out here in space, but I'm a big fan of Misk. You know, one of my very first ships that I started with was the Starfarer. Way back in 2013, when I first backed the game, I backed for the Starfarer, the Constellation, Andromeda, a 300i, and a 315p. And the Starfarer, when it became playable in game, was, you know, one of the things that, you know, I spent a lot of time in. You know, just, you know, running cargo missions and, you know, just basically adventuring around. It was great fun. I really, really enjoyed it. Hey, we just flew through that Polaris. Maybe we've been boarded. Maybe we picked up some passengers. You know, it's a big bulbous ship with a lot of wasted space, and, you know, hopefully at some stage it gets a gold pass and becomes a little bit more useful. But yeah, I as a rock miner, wow, what's going on? We're getting a little shaky. As a rock mining vehicle, oh, major torque imbalance here. Maybe we must have taken some damage. Flying through that Polaris. As a rock mining vehicle, I guess we're yet to find out, because so far, Daymar hasn't delivered anything to us. But, you know, that may change. Oh, can you hear that beeping warning sound? Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah, we gotta land somewhere. The ship is uncontrollable. I guess flying through that Polaris has you've done a little bit more damage than expected. Yeah, it's got this ship has a nice big cargo hold. I've got in here at the moment a medical Ursa. I've got a ROC in here. Yeah, we're having trouble pitching up. Yeah. We are having trouble pitching up. We are being tailed by somebody. It's the Polaris! It's back! It wants revenge! Exploration ship will have a reason to exist. Hopefully at some stage when we can get proper scanners and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, the ship is not flyable. The ship is not flyable. It is difficult to control. Okay. I'm getting the bad builder freelancer. The base builder, the BLD. I'm really, you know, not sure how I feel about base builders until, you know, we get to the point where we actually have some base building. Now, having bought a couple of concept ships now, I have always said in the past, I'll never buy a concept ship. I do own a few concept ships. But, you know, I don't see the reason to buy it. I'm going to turn this off again just so we can stop feeling sick. I don't see the point to, you know, base builders at the moment until we get some base builders. Let's have a chat to this guy. Yeah, what's going on?
Hello.
Hello, how are you, Mr. Acorn?
Hello, sir.
What are you doing?
It is your stream angel.
It is the stream angel. How did I not know it was going to be you?
You violated me.
I did. I went straight in and through and then out the other side.
I suffered. 0 damage.
Yeah, well, I've taken a little bit.
Are you gonna get to a mining pad or you need a lift?
No, I'll be alright. I'll be able to get to an outpost.
Okay, on your way, I will be watching over you.
Thank you, my fine fellow. You started from the Cutlass, Darth Saleb. Great starter. Could not recommend enough. Okay, well, coming back, we got to land somewhere because the ship can't pitch up and it's having trouble rolling to the right. And when I roll to the left, it over rolls. So we got to find somewhere to land. Let's get ourselves into orbit. See if we can find somewhere to land. Daymar is a moon, right? So it doesn't have an orbiting space station, yeah? Yeah, okay, we gotta find a mining outpost. Yeah, the Cutlass is a great starter ship. Absolutely fantastic. Carry a lot of cargo. Got a bunch of weapons. Has a turret. You can take somebody with you. Could put a vehicle in the back. Does it have a tractor beam? It's a great starter ship. Now, the reason I'm really excited about starting with the Argo Hurston is because I'm going to be doing another 0 to Hero. Actually, whilst we're talking about this, we need to get into quantum mode. Here we go. Security post. Ore facility. Pitch up! Pitch up! TPF. Oh. We're in a spin. We're in a spin. Uh-oh. Situation not good. Situation not good. Uh-oh, we're gonna black out. We're gonna black out. Can we slow the ship? Oh, there we go. Crash landing! Okay. Slow. Gentle. Eager flats. Yeah, there's not many mining outposts here, is there? At least I know on Magda there's only 2 outposts. There's only 2 locations. And both of them are mining outposts. Waste management. The garden. Security post. Brios. Yeah, that's not a good place to go. Security post. Oh, Shubin mining facility. I miss the days when we could go to these security outposts to clear a crime stat. Do you know I've never been to security post Korea? Now when I get a crime stat, I'm like, fuck it, I'm just going to jail, man. You know. So yeah, coming back to Argo Hurston and his Pisces and 0 to Hero stuff. Whilst we're on our way, let me see if I can move this. Leave thread, close thread, lock thread, edit thread, copy thread, notification settings. How do I move a thread? Can I move a thread? Threads, pin messages. Maybe I'll just start it again. I'll put it in on the Discord in the Star Citizen chat. I'll start a new thread there. There is one there that we'll talk about at some stage called improvised missions. Got a couple of ideas on how I can, you know... Anyone who's been watching for a little bit of time knows that I like to add unnecessary burdens to my Star Citizen experience. And so the improvised missions is one of those, as is my 0 to Hero. So right now, hopefully we can get to this station. I'm pretty sure we should be able to. So on my 0 to Hero, the rules for 0 to Hero post 4.0. Ship insurance. On any small ship. Oh, God! let's just go really slowly because nothing about this experience is good right now. Am I taking hits? Oh, there's another Star Lancer Max. Looks like we might need to wait our turn. Look at that Polaris, man. Is that the Stream Angel protecting the pad for me? Oh, God! Yeah, we can't. Okay, we're in an uncontrollable state right now. Just let him land, Acorn. Just let him land. Okay, I've got to figure out how the ship behaves because I cannot turn to the right while accelerating at the same time. So I think we're going to have to line things up properly. No, we can't strafe to the right either. Strafing to the right immediately pushes us to the left. Oh, God. I'm not going to quantum jump through a big ship again. Maybe is it different when I'm in third person? Oh, not really. Is that guy upside down? Okay. How do we do this? How do we do this? It's like being in a car that can only turn left. We're gonna figure this out. SCO1 is the gold seller. Okay. Uncoupled and geared down. So 0 to hero. Claiming insurance on any small ship costs 10 grand. So can't just go to a terminal and just claim ships. Claim ship, claim ship, claim ship. I got to pay my premium, right? You know, if you have an insurance claim, okay, so uncoupled, geared down, gears down, uncoupled. I'm not used to flying uncoupled. It's Star Lancer Max territory right now. But so far this seems to be working. Oh, God! Wait! Nobody panic! Shit! We can't turn to the right! Are we on the pad? Are we on the pad? Is that enough pad? I think we're on the pad. How do we avoid that building? Classic crouch landing. First claim should be 10k, then after that it increases to 2k till you can't afford it and have to steal a ship. Well, actually, you know, landing, repair, refuel. That was incredible. I actually don't mind that idea of an increasing premium. So maybe it starts as, you know, kind of like being a bad driver, right? You know, you have a gold rating on your insurance and then, you know, you have an accident and that drops down. And you have another accident and your insurance keeps dropping and your premium gets more and more expensive the more accidents you keep having. But now, obviously, you know, like I said, you know, adding these unnecessary...
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
This is a good point. I also need to have something to drink, and you know, the character's getting close, 23%. Now, adding in, you know, start at 2,000. Whilst we're here, let's just double check. I'm still getting An imbalance warning. Okay. Whilst we're here, let's just get off the pad as a courtesy to other people. Boof. What's going on? See, this is Daymar, man. This is Daymar. This is why he does not come to Daymar. What the fuck's going on? Oh, dear God. All right. What mode are we in? Do we have shields up right now? Let's get ourselves into some sort of...
Let's do this thing. Whoa!
Let's go. This is why it doth not come to Daymar. There's just too many people here, right? So the Star Lancer. It does have a lot of doors. It does have a lot of doors. Now, I love the fact that it's got multiple ingress and egress points. G'day, Motherfig. How are you, man? Thanks for joining us. Metaphysical has joined us. Yeah, it's Crouch and his stream angel. I love the fact that it's got this huge, big, like, crew area. You know, hopefully at some stage we'll be able to play like a mini game of pool. That would be cool. Then, you know, if I do decide to pick up the Carrack again, if it does get its gold pass and actually becomes a useful cargo and exploration ship. You know, as I mentioned last week, I melted it. All of these little, you know, hotel suites with double beds. It is a wonderful ship. It's a true liverboard. You know, it's a true liverboard ship. You know, it's got enough space in its cargo hold down here for multiple vehicles. Like I mentioned, I know I'm trespassing on my own elevator. Who would have thought? It's got space for multiple vehicles, including a Nurser. The Nurser does block off access to the cargo catwalk, but it is accessible from another location. It is one thing I really enjoy about this ship is there's multiple ways to move around it, including ladders, so that, you know, if you don't want to use the elevator, you can just use the ladder. We can jump into the med bed to rehydrate ourselves. Having this med bed on here, it's got a really nice weapons locker as well. No, that's the wrong button. I'm pretty sure it does. Let's go have a look. Where is it? So there's an elevator on this side. There's an elevator on the other side, which we can't access because the Nurser is there. Just in here, so you can go up both sides of the ship. Then it's got the catwalk. You guys would have seen all of this in ship review videos and all that sort of stuff. I'm really enjoying it. Outside of this dismal experience in terms of finding Hadanite, we are having here at Daymar, it is a wonderful, wonderful ship. It's not. This is the engineering section. It's not back here. But again, more useful space back here. I'm pretty sure you could probably get a box back up in here somehow. The corridors are wide enough. You could put some storage boxes back in here. I don't think outside of accessing some of these doors and stuff. The fuck are these things? Mind your head. Oh, these will be batteries or something. Yeah, batteries. Which we don't have yet. Power plants. Oh, man. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving it. Can cannot accept any money without rendering services is another rule of the Zero to Hero. So, you can't accept money from people. You know, I don't know how that works right now. I'm pretty sure you can block people sending you money. There's the stairs down. There was a weapons locker somewhere. I don't think it's on the bridge. I'm not sure. I'm going to go have a quick scout around here. Exit ship. Do we have a helmet on? We do. Does the elevator go back up by itself? This is one question. Papa Nuts! Saw some 4.0 vids where the Carrack got a cargo update. Yeah, Papa, we were just talking about that earlier on. Yeah, okay, the elevator doesn't go up by itself. Does it? Maybe I just need to get a bit further away. This is one of the things that I don't like about the Intrepid. It's one of the things that I love about the Nomad, is that when you exit the ship, the ladder just goes back up. You know, it closes its door. Whereas, you know, having this elevator down like this... Send that back up to the upper deck. It's a, you know, it's a security risk, right? Yeah, Papa, the Carrack getting an update. Let's see how it goes. You know, they've got now, not on this ship, is it? Yeah, it's on this ship, the Star Lancer Max, right? With its underslung cargo bay, right? They have these doors and stuff working now. You know, in terms of the design. You know, this is all we need now for the Carrack, right? You know, to make the Carrack's cargo bays actually useful. Oh dear God, here we go. Stand up, please. Oh dear God! I like how the Polaris is big enough. Well, actually, I was going to say I like how the Polaris is big enough to blow the Star Lancer around. But sometimes so is the wind, so, you know. Yeah, very much looking forward to the Carrack update. We'll see how we go. They were saying it's slated for 4.0. I did melt my Carrack recently. You know, just really... Oh, God. Welcome to Daymar. Welcome to Daymar. Oh, this is why I don't come to Daymar. I did melt it recently because it just wasn't getting any use, you know, especially with the cargo refractor and, you know, all the new hauling missions and stuff, you know, just not being able to use the Carrack for, you know, as a hauler. Just didn't make any sense to keep it. And I was thinking, you look at, you know, I'll melt it, I'll pick up a Polaris. But after, you know, I didn't hijack that Polaris last night. It was kind of abandoned and I just took it. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the Polaris. Yeah, the Carrack cargo doors are a start. Oh yeah, obviously, you know, we're not going to get any drone gameplay for a little while, but, you know, it would be nice for its armored shields to be working. For its cargo bay to be working. I heard that the med bed is broken at the moment. So we'll see. The weapons are downstairs, are they? Okay, we'll find those in a minute. G'day Rhino, how are you, mate? Definitely a Carrack cargo bay that lowers to the ground would be very nice. Yeah, indeed. Okay, let's grab ourselves a couple of drinks. Let's grab ourselves some more tractor beam attachments because I keep losing them. You need to start with a fully disabled ship. So again, from Argo's perspective, I thought that was a pair of sunglasses for a minute then. From Argo's perspective, so I have a couple of alt accounts, and for me, Argo Hurst is the most fun because he's got a fun backstory, right? So his name is not actually Argo Hurston. His name is Argo, but his last name is not Hurston. He's sort of adopted the last name Argo Hurston. At some point in time, he dated and married a Hurston. You know, somewhere in their family tree, who knows where, right? But she was a Hurston, not terribly well connected, you know, not, you know, terribly powerful or anything, but, you know, she was a Hurston, right? And they got married. Now, Argo's a little bit of a... he's not a you know, he's not a bogan, but he's a little rough, right? And the family just didn't approve of him at all. And so that relationship didn't last very long. And he adopted her name because of, you know, the whole Hurston thing, right? So he's kind of like been, you know, disowned a little bit, but as a charity, she gave him an old busted Pisces as part of their separation, I suppose. So that's the reason for starting with a fully disabled ship, is that he has a Pisces. It's not somewhere that he can live. And again, this was, you know, he's stuck on Hurston, right? He's stuck in Lawville. And his main job in the past has always been as a janitor. And, you know, most of the clothes and most of the role play that I've done with Argo Hurston has always been as a janitor, dressed up as a janitor, picking up, you know, bottles and all that sort of stuff. Back in the old days when we could, you know, pick up med gowns and sell them for 13 credits a piece, you know, that was his job. And every now and then he'd hitch a lift to Everest Harbour, you know, to try and go find more med gowns there. And he's just lots of fun to play. So yeah. Starting with a fully disabled ship. Now this brings me back to the Pisces, right? Part of the reason why they gave him an old Pisces you know, instead of something, you know, like a cutter or something like that, is the Pisces doesn't have a bed in it. So he's kind of forced to stay, you know, in the Habs there at Lawville. Now the Habs cost money, right? So not only did they give him a ship that's pretty much useless, but they give him a ship that he can't even, you know, live in. Getting blown around. So he's got to pay money to sleep in the Habs. Now, right now, as an incentive to, you know, maximize, you know, the off-grid sort of experience, I've put the Habs at $1,000. Sleeping in Habs costs $1,000 because I'm figuring by the end of a play session, I'm going to go back to Lawville and land and log off, and you know, I'm only going to be doing that once a play session, so to speak. So I don't think 1,000 credits for sleeping is going to be a big problem. Hop in for a minute. Okay, we'll go back down to the Polaris. Hang on. Exit ship. Metaphysical legend. You did that yesterday on Aerial. But I don't 540 kph per second straight into the Lathan outpost. What's going on, Nung?
No, but you have to brush my hair.
What's that?
I'm going to brush my hair tomorrow.
Yeah, no, we'll do it tomorrow before you go for the sleepover.
Okay, and also, can I have another Tim Tam?
Can you have another Tim Tam? Sure. I really wish there was a button that allowed us to control which doors open, right? Like open left ramp, open right ramp, open the hangar, open cargo, you know. Oh, God. I thought I could really jump onto that moving ramp for a minute. Thanks, sweetheart. Yeah, you know, At some point when I get more organized and I actually organize some events on the Discord and stuff, and, you know, we can do things as a group, and, you know, the Polaris might have some more use, but as a solo ship, I just think it's probably just a little bit too much. Oh, these stairs up here, I like these angular stairs. These are obviously the engines here. Oh no, these are the torpedoes. Outside of my quick 5 minutes on that Polaris last night, which somehow, in the dark, I managed to find my way directly to the bridge. How that happened, I've no idea. Hello.
Hello.
So it costs money to sleep at the Habs. And that kind of is partly motivation to just, you know, get from a Pisces to something like a Cutter, which is about, you know, 700 grand in game or something. Oh, get fucked. Get fucked. No, sir, that's not happening. I'm not going in there, dude.
Get in.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I do like how it's got a brig on it. Medical. I was watching Morphologist, his, you know, architect reviews on the Polaris, and he was pretty brutal about this medical facility. Dutchman, how are you? Are you playing with the Discord? Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Acorn is here, and I think he's trying to hijack me, but I think it kind of suits the purpose of this ship, right? You know, okay, maybe, okay, they've got some accent lighting up there, but it doesn't really illuminate the walls much. I mean, okay, so maybe they could have jazzed it up a little bit, but I don't think it's as bad as, you know, he was saying it. You know, it is. Oh, can I use the doors? Oh dear God, where's he gone? Okay, we this is a crazy huge ship. This is a crazy huge ship. You know, the reality is I'm probably going to pick one of these up. I do have a bunch of store credit sitting there at the moment. And, you know, I could pick up the Carrack and the Polaris. Oh, look at these weapon lockers. What the fuck size weapon is this? Or are they two here? I wonder if he can get out of there. I don't think he can. Oh yeah, I got stuck in one of my suit lockers the other day. Yeah, this is nice, man. Are these are all suit lockers, are they?
Yes.
I can't remember which ship I was aboard, but I got stuck in one of these the other day. The button from the inside wasn't working. I can't quite remember how I got out of it, but medical needs to be brighter. Yeah, it did seem a little dull. I didn't mind the reception area just sort of being sort of that brutalistic nature, But the actual medical facilities, yeah, I think they could have been, you know, brightened up a little bit. And that is one of the things that I really like about the Carrick, is that it does have a really nice medical facility on it. Yeah, so right now, Dutch, we're over on Daymar, as you would know, and as most people who watch my channel. Thank you for Acorn. We'll know, you know, I spend most of my time. Okay, so the ship still has damage. We'll try and repair it again. I spend most of my time rock mining over on Magda. It's nice and quiet. We don't have, you know, the congestion at pads. We don't have people coming full speed into landing stations and just exploding on the ground right in front of you. You know, it's nice and quiet. It's peaceful. But Daymar is supposed to be much richer in terms of Hadonite. Now, so far we haven't found anything. And we found one patch of Dolavine, and that has been it. But we're going to give it a go. And see what we find, right? The ship does seem to be handling okay, but yeah, so I did pick up the Max and the TAC the other day, so I'm looking forward to seeing when that comes out. Dutchman, you love rock mining in the Polaris. That's crazy. Landing. It doesn't really say that we need to do any sort of repairs, but, you know, that's the wrong button. This is the right button. We still have that bit of damage underneath. Anyway, so be it. Alright, let's see what we can find out here. At this point, I don't think it really matters where we go rock mining. We'll just start super close to the station. Plus, we've got the Angel on our backs, so... Alright, so normally, as I was mentioning before, normally I'm scanning at 75. And then we just, you know, ping all these, you know, far away ones. See what pops up. Those are rocks. Back to 75. Daymar is a lovely place to fly around, though. Obviously, I've been here a few times. I've done some Crusader missions out here, some bunkers and stuff, and but it's, you know, I spend most of my time over in the Hurston area. Okay, so around 4K, they're most likely to be gems. We'll go check them out. One slightly scuffed Fat Max. A Fat Max! Alright, so what have we got here this time, hey? Yeah, a handful of gems here. What are they? Apherite. Back to 75 and off we go. You're firing up Pyro now, are you, Meta? Very much looking forward to checking it out, but you know, I only want to do it when it hits live. You know, that proper sort of experience rather than sort of just testing things out temporarily. Okay, so the last thing that I've got so far, and I think I'm going to put these up on the Discord, and people can add their suggestions. Is riding public transport costs 200 credits per trip. Now, again, you know, a lot of these unnecessary burdens are specifically intended to minimize gameplay in major cities. So basically, I need Argo to get out of Lawville as quickly as he can, because it's just going to be so expensive to live there. And I think that's appropriate, right? You know, it's a major city. It's, you know, designed for employees who probably get subsidized accommodation and all that sort of stuff. Had a night. All right, let's drop some landing gear. See if we can land up here on this hill. It's a nice cluster too. Might need to just realign the ramp. There we go. Don't think we'll have any issues with that. Oh boy. I really must learn how to mod my my Twitch chat. We want to trade jokes. Shield main is listening and watching as well. Atray,
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
tell me a joke.
Acorn on Discord submitted this joke to the ship's database, sir. What is Luke Skywalker's favorite place to land his X-Wing? Pad 1.
It's ridiculous. So because the if we go down to the lower deck. Oh yeah, the suit locker's at the front, right? The weapon locker is at the front of the ship underneath the bridge. In here, right? The weapon locker. Okay, so it's not amazing. Hang on, I thought I could put large weapons in here. I thought you could put large weapons. I swear I saw a large weapon slot somewhere. Where does this go? Oh, it's the airlock. Now, because I've got the nurser in here, we can't get through this way to the cargo hold, right? So we've got to go back up along the top. Yeah, I don't know how to remove messages and stuff on Twitch. I should probably figure all that stuff out. I'm a real streamer. All right, so we're going to go through the kitchen, through the living quarters, past the habs, and then down this lift here, because the other lift is also blocked. And so that's where I am with my 0 to hero. So now last time I had a whole bunch of rules like you're not allowed to buy stuff, you know, you can't keep stuff at stations, but the whole inventory management thing I think has sort of been sorted out by the physicalization of inventory. All right, let's see what we can find. right here. Alright, so while we're doing some mining, we might get the Discord sorted out and put that Zero to Hero list in an area where people can actually access it and add their contributions and include their input. Now, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, I have also put in the Star Citizen chat, there's a thread there called Improvised Missions. Now, one of the things that they were talking about, I think on one of the episodes of Inside Star Citizen, or Star Citizen Live, or whichever one it was, I never remember. They were talking about, you know, the mission system, especially when we get these settlements. There's, you know, thousands of locations on the moons and planets and all that sort of stuff. That, you know, we're not going to be using the Moby Glass to find a mission and then travel all the way over here and then travel all the way over there and travel all the way over here. And you'll be able to spend quite a lot of time, you know, in one area of a planet, just traveling between settlements and, you know, picking up missions from, you know, NPCs and, you know, all that sort of stuff. And so given that's still quite some time away, I thought, you know, how can I improvise a mission system that sort of gives me sort of like a similar experience? Again, from Argo's perspective, from a alt account's perspective. And I need it to be from the alt account's perspective because the, you know, the rewards for completing these imaginary missions will come from my main account, from this account. So, for example, might go to one of these outposts, just like we were at that outpost before. And then from the mission system, you know, either roll a dice or have some sort of random generator that looks through, you know, these are the 20, 30, 10, 5 to 80 improvised missions. You know, I'm at this location. There's somebody here who I can talk to who's going to give me a mission. Randomize the mission that this person's going to send me on. And then when I complete that mission, the rewards that I get for that mission are going to be coming from my main account. So the mission, according to, you know, whatever I put together, whatever we put together, if you want to contribute, you know, go to this location and find this for me and bring it back. So obviously I would go to some, it could be any location. Again, you know, these are just very broad, you know, ideas. Find a loot box, take anything from that loot box, bring it back to that location and put it in any loot box at that location. Congratulations, you've completed the mission. Thank you for recovering my grandmother's diamonds. Here's your payment. And then that payment would come from Crouch. So I would, from my other computer just here, pay my Argo money from Crouch's account, basically. And I think by having sort of like this, you know, improvised mission, you know, system, it just add a little bit of extra diversity to, you know, playing the game from an organic perspective. You know, each time I go to a location, I can hit that random generator and it says, there's 3 missions in this location. Okay, what's the first one? What's the second one? What's the third one? And then I can go complete those missions. And when I go to the first location for the first mission, are there any missions in this location? Hit the dice. No, there's no mission. Yeah, or, oh yeah, there's 1 mission here. Oh, there's 3 missions here. Which ones do you want to accept? And end up with this, you know, more organic exploration of the game and the gameplay, rather than going, okay, you know, open up my Moby Glass, I'll do a mercenary contract, okay, you know, assist in defending site, or, you know, that sort of stuff. And then the Moby Glass, you know, is the backup. You know, there are no missions in this area. Sort of stuff. That's the general broad idea of, you know, this improvised mission system, is to give a more organic flow to, you know, the gameplay experiences in a kind of way that I would imagine mimics what hopefully we will be able to do in the future with these, you know, vastly improved number of settlements and outposts and point of interests and, you know, places to go and things to see and things to do. Obviously, without the thousands of places to go, or things to see, or things to do. So they're my two big things that I want to be doing in 4.0, primarily on the alt account for Argo Hurston, is that a zero to hero sort of gameplay, and this improvised mission system. Now, Argo's account I will only ever use on streams, so we'll be able to see his evolution progressively over time. I'll never play him offline, so everything that you see is what he goes through. I'm not there in the background, leveling up or getting extra credits or, doing anything like that. Where we leave the stream is where we start the stream. I think it'll be a fun adventure to see where Argo goes and how successful he is and what adventures he gets himself into. I did have some very brief thoughts that maybe I'll start with an intrepid or a cutter or something that's got some starter ship that has a bed in it, so that I have the capability to be able to bed log and all that sort of stuff, fly off, do something somewhere. And then I thought I really like the whole narrative story of Argo's background, this crippled Pisces that he has. It's kind of like a backhanded gift from his ex-wife, right? Here's a ship, you scungy bastard. But A, it doesn't work, and B, you're still gonna have to pay my family to sleep in our city. And as part of that improvised mission system, in major landing zones like that, especially for someone like Argo as a janitor, cleaning up, picking up water bottles, med gowns. I haven't tried selling any med gowns since we had the physicalized inventory, but I'm sure it's probably still possible. So I'm really looking forward to that. The 4.0 can't come soon enough. The wipe can't come soon enough. And so I've been specifically avoiding anything to do with 4.0, outside of the, the ISLs and, all that sort of stuff. Streams and the PTU and, or other people's streams and the PTU and, I've just been avoiding it so I can get that experience fresh. Atreyu,
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
tell me a joke.
According to my log, sir, a cater on Discord submitted this joke. Why didn't the sun go to college? Because it already had 1,000,000 degrees.
Oh, that's so lame. I love it. Tell me another one. Atreyu,
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
tell me another one.
Of course, Commander. The ship's interface with Discord, sir, indicates that Dutchman Ace asks, why does the Little Mermaid wear seashells? Because D-shells are too big. That might be a reference to batteries used many centuries ago, sir, but I couldn't be sure.
Where the hell did all those gems just go? I have noticed this a little bit, is that gems just disappear. That whole node, this gems sort of slid underneath the rock and then just disappeared. All gone. Disappointing. Now, one other thing I really need to do is, well, not really need to do, but one other thing that I'd like to do is get back onto the Galactopedia, and I'll have to re-look up all the, the text-to-speech tools that I was using before to create, the interesting stories. Scan with tab. Yeah, I sent out a couple of pings, but there's 2 gems behind me, but that cluster just seems to have disappeared. Julian, good night all. Good luck with the mining crouch. Thank you so much, mate, for joining me. I really appreciate you spending some of your time with me here at After Dark on this Saturday night. We shall see you next time. Atreyu,
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
tell me something interesting.
I found the following article on the Galactopedia, sir.
Luminalia is a holiday celebrated by both Bonu and humans annually on December
Bonu.
22nd. It originated as the irregularly held Bonu Festival Tsiktia Fanga Glow Festival, marked by the
Oh yeah, we
lighting
have a
of ceremonial
Luminalia
lamps
coming
that
up in
stay lit
December.
until their fuel is consumed, about 34,000 beats 2 standard Earth days. While the lamps are burning, all Bonu, no matter where they are considered one solely. They invite friends, business associates, and passing strangers into their sulis and give them gifts so they will always have something to sell. All attendees are expected to provide food, drinks, and/or party favors in return, and if they can't, the host will often have those items available for sale. Humans in the
I love
Davian
that.
system began to participate in the festival with
Make
Bonu
sure you
shortly
bring a
after
present,
the Bonu human
and if you
interstellar
don't,
peace
I've got
and
some
trade
available
accord
for
in
sale that you can
2438,
buy.
when a ship repair Soli and Cestulus, Davian II lit their lamps and invited humans to come and celebrate with them. It spread from system to system as humans in commercial workshops or trading ships used the festival to boost sales. Private events for family, friends, and extended families inspired by these profitable galas became common enough that the United Empire of Earth, UEE, officially recognized Luminalia as a holiday in 2557. Bonu began to light their lamps at the same time as humans as a symbol of friendship and a way to enjoy an increase in business. As the holiday grew in popularity, human merchants modified the traditional gift sharing by hiding empty gift-wrapped packages that could be returned unopened in exchange for a surprise like a few credits or a small toy. The increased foot traffic into their stores increased holiday sales and became a tradition in its own right. Today, Bonu and humans commemorate Luminalia with gift exchanges, present hunts, glowing lights, gatherings of family, friends, business associates, and acquaintances, food and drink, limited time discounts, and decorations in green and red.
The Shield Maiden was laughing about the mermaid one. See, those gems disappeared as well! Yeah, so getting back into the Galactopedia, there's about 60 articles that Atreyu can pull up for us. But I don't remember what, speech engine I used. I know it was a free one. And then obviously there's the fun ones, that with Snoop and, the David Attenborough one. Those were fun. But I think I like... the other one I think is... Excuse me. I think his name is Michael. The speech voice from whatever engine I used. I can't remember what it was. I think I like his better. Or, Snoop was fun. Rhino, some clusters fall through the planet, hey? Fun times. As long as we're getting some gems, that's what we're here for. We can just say we put too much power into that rock and we destroyed all the gems from a narrative perspective. Yeah, the other voices are fun. Snoop was just a bit of fun, and the narrator, I thought, that'd be, it'd be nice from that, very typical experience that David Attenborough has a very specific narration style, and I thought, it would fit in quite well. Narrator, tell me something interesting.
The Bonu-Human Interstellar Peace Treaty, the Interstellar Peace and Trade Accord, is the first interspecies treaty in human history. First negotiated by General Neil Sokolovich, it was signed between the United Nations of Earth UNE and the Bonu Protectorate in 2438 and begun the social and commercial alliance between Bonu and humans that has been enjoyed by both species for over 500 years. Due to the nature of contracts in Bonu culture, once per Bonu generation, the treaty must be renegotiated with Bonu leadership.
Yeah, so that, you know, that voice I think is probably a little bit more appropriate from that, you know, that historical perspective, you know, from that documentary perspective. But it you know, it was limited. Again, I don't know what speech engines I used. You know, no doubt I'll be able to find it, you know, once I start looking into it. But that was limited. The free version, I think you could only do like 6 recordings a month or something, or 6 transcripts a month, or a limited number of words or something. I can't quite remember. And then the other one was, you know, a completely free engine. And that's why, you know, most of what Atreyu will tell us, in fact, all of what Atreyu will tell us, uses that other voice, Michael. So we'll see. You know, it was something fun to put into the streams, especially, you know, on those long haul journeys where we're just cruising along in Quantum, and, you know, we could just listen to a couple of interesting bits and pieces about the lore from the Star Citizen universe. So it is something that I need to pick back up. And I do need to, and I've been saying this for such a long time, there are several jokes on the Discord that need to be added into Atreyu's database. There's a lot of jokes there that people have added that I just can't put in. So if you've got something that's amusing, that's not crude or crass or, you know, but is, you know, dad jokish, or genuinely amusing without being, you know, overly crude or, you know, inappropriate, then by all means jump on the Discord, add it in. All right, our first cluster of Hadanite on Daymar. It has been 6.5 days since we started this stream. Does it tell me anywhere how long I've been streaming for? How can I not see this information? Hour and 30 minutes. And we found our first cluster. We've had some adventures. We quantum jumped through Polaris and ended up with a bunch of damage. Made our way to one of the very few outposts on Daymar where we could actually repair or sell gems. It was there was a few people there. There was some combat going on. Somebody just came bursting out of atmosphere and planted themselves into the ground. Maybe they were trying to ram that other Star Lancer that was on the pad next to me, but their aim was a little bit off. Who knows? Yes, so the improvised missions thread is on Discord already. I'm going to go and add in a bunch of ideas for, you know, fun, well, not fun, but, you know, simple little missions, right? And then the 0 to hero, I'll also add a new thread for that, and, you know, start getting myself prepared for 4.0 in terms of, you know, these aspects of, you know, naffing about. Which is going to be super fun. I do have a couple of alt accounts. I've actually got a couple of starter accounts. And I may or may not have picked up 2 more starter accounts yesterday. from the IAE you know, starter packs that they've got on the website at the moment that are, you know, 15% off. Please, sir, can I have that gem? We'll sneak up from behind it, hey? So we've got a couple of accounts there that I could probably do something with in the future in terms of, you know, giving something away, or... Why doth these gems not wish to come to me? Are they going to be left behind? I think so. Okay, we could get that one. Oh, did we drop it? We'll try and get these last two and then we're out of here. Oh yes, congratulations by the way, Shield Maiden. It's wonderful news. Wonderful news. Congratulations to you both. All right, let's get out of here. Those gems doth not wish to be collected. Look at this hill now. We can get these rocks up these hills, which were impossible before. You know, now the rock is back to being, you know, its usual useful self. Slip slides around a little bit. I think I might need to do a little bit of moving around. Whoops, that's the wrong way. Oh, God. We might need to move that box back a little bit. Sylvester has joined us in the chat. Greetings, Viv and chat. Glad to see you back in the saddle again. It's been good fun. It's been good fun. Oh, crappy. Crappy. Oh, oh my God. I forgot to bring a max lift. And my experience with tractor beams so far has not been good. They just don't seem to work. Let's see if we put one of these in there. Let's take this one out and put one of these in there, which we do not seem to be able to do. No module. Oh dear. Alright, let's at least move these gems. Yay! Geared up, went looking for the hangar, crashed it at desktop. Thanks CAG for not optimizing anything yet. Yeah, it can be painful. It can be painful. Okay, let's move as much of this out of here as possible. Yeah, I have no idea what the deal with tractor beams right now is. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so you can see up here, 100k capacity. Excuse me. So this backpack can carry 100 gems. Which will give us 100% in the backpack. So if you get one of the bigger backpacks, that's, you know, 150 or 120. Basically, this is the number of gems that you can fit in your backpack. To transfer them from the ROC into your cargo container aboard the ship. All right. Does anyone know the trick to get tractor beams working? If you do, please raise your voices, because it is super frustrating. So far, I've probably been able to get tractor beams working or the handheld multi-tool working 15% of the time. Now, obviously, I need a max lift to be able to move the rock around, you know, which is something I generally always take when I'm rock mining now, is the max lift, in case something happens to the rock and I need to move it rather than abandoning it and losing all the gems that are in there, or having to ferry, you know, backpack loads of gems, who knows how far back to the ship. I can just use the max lift, but obviously I don't have one of those right now. Oh dear God. No! Where are those shots coming from? Daymar! Daymar! How do I get into my ship? Ooh. Oh no, it's been disabled! It's been disabled! Daymar. This is why we doth not go to Daymar. Remove attachments, put in backpack, and put the multi-tool and then re-equip. Always works for me. Okay, let's try that. Okay, let's get somewhere where there's a little bit of light. There we go. Remove attachments, put in backpack. And the multi-tool. Okay. Remove attachments, put in backpack and the multi-tool, and then re-equip. Always works for me. Hey, why wasn't I able to press charges? People don't care anymore. Now they know there will be a wipe. Oh, this is just standard behavior on Daymar. This is standard behavior in most parts of the verse. All right. Nope. It's not worky. Oh, at least we can access the catwalk now. Why wasn't I able to press charges? That's a bit disappointing. All right. Also, might have been an NPC. And did you see a ship in SCM mode so shields would be up? Yeah, the shields are up. Right. Now. That's definitely not an NPC. Yeah, NPCs don't shoot like that. You only press charges if you were hit, not your ship. But isn't there like what's it called? You know, vehicle things? How cool would it be if I could snipe this guy through the windshield? This PA is such a nice weapon. I've taken it out a few times. It's a stream sniper bastard. No, who knows, man. I want Daymar, man. It's not hard to find people. You know, there's no way I can bring this guy's shields down. Was Comaray down? I'm not sure. Could have been. Maybe there was no Comaray. Where was my stream angel? Off duty. No, I very much doubt that guy was stream sniping. They're just flying around and came across me. Never leave home without your trusty railgun. You know, Rude Boy, hello, welcome by the way. I was trying to look for one before I came out, but you know, at one point I had, I don't know, 6 or 7 of them, but no, they're gone. Do I have a crime stat? No, dude, I'm rock mining. I shall be back in a moment. I'm just going to replace the battery in my addiction machine. We shall wake up back in Lawville and we shall try again.
Joy, buddy.
Oh. Yeah, this is just like standard sort of behavior on Daymar. You'll give me a few? Oh boy. So we did successfully manage to find one cluster of Hadanite on Daymar, and then quite swiftly destroyed afterwards. So far our success, you know, Magda versus Daymar is not good. You know, as for Daymar having more Hadanite than Magda, well, I'm sure it does. We didn't seem to find any. In terms of, you know, Daymar being a little bit more lethal than Magda, yeah, probably. I've never once encountered anybody on Magda in the hundreds of times I've been rock mining there. The one time we go to Daymar, and the fact that we didn't find a great deal of Hadonite at all, you know, I'm just saying. Has you guys seen this suit of armor? This one here? This this flight suit? I don't know when this appeared. When I did the starter tutorial last night, this morning, with my alt account, you start with this flight suit. Inspired by the armored flight suit worn by UAE Navy pilots, the Omni AFS Sapphire has been battle-tested and refined for centuries to become the ultimate wear for any pilot. Its sturdy yet comfortable construction can not only withstand hostile environments, but comes with integrated arm, core and leg armor for combat encounters. The only way a pilot can get closer to the real thing is by enlisting. But it doesn't give you sort of the armor slots. All right, let's re-equip. Alrighty. Yeah. Oh, one of the things that I can add into my mission sort of system is, you know, finding armor, because, you know, most of the armor sets that I have right now, are, you know, the subscriber armor or pledge store armor, which obviously, as we know, we can't, you know, retrieve at the moment. Let's put this Love Struck stuff on. We might as well go out and I don't think I've ever worn it. And the Love Struck helmet. This does mean we only have a light backpack, or which might be an issue because I don't think we even have a light backpack. I think we might be going to the shops, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a look at our weapons. Yeah, so I don't know if they ever did like a weapon wipe or something like that. Or, you know, I've never even fired a railgun. But at one point I had quite a number of them because, you know, everyone was always, you know, got to collect railguns. Is that a railgun? No. So I don't know if they did like a weapon wipe or something like that. Also, that Star Lancer most likely gave away your position for a very long distance. Ah, 100%. It's a big hunking behemoth. Is CIG increasing the prices of ships in the pledge store? I don't know. Some ships always continue to go up, but I don't know. I haven't heard anything. Let's take a missile launcher. Alright, we might need to go shopping. We might need to... I'm assuming the missile launcher takes up 2 weapon slots, right? That's alright. Because we don't need to have the max left on us all the time. Just obviously when we need it. Alright, let's get some things organised. We need to claim a rock. We can put it in the Zeus. Oh, I wonder how long the claim time for the Star Lancer is. You can purchase railguns during the last day at IAE when weapons and armor are showcased. Oh yeah, they have that weapon panel, don't they? That wall of weapons. ammunition costs a ton in Pyro. Well, actually, you know, the P8 rifle that we just lost, which came as part of the CitizenCon 2954, whatever it is, you know, goodies package. The clips for that are 150 AUEC, and you know, a P4, for example, is 14. So I certainly hope that at some stage there's a balancing of, you know, armor ammo prices, because it's so cheap. It's just ridiculous. Whenever I buy ammo, I just click on that plus 10 button like 4 or 5 times, and buy like 60 clips. Yeah, I think it certainly needs to be more expensive. So I don't know what it's like in Pyro, but you know, it should be double whatever it is now, and the prices that are in Pyro should be the prices that we pay here in Stanton. All right, let's get ourselves a max lift. We'll send it to Lawville. What do we need? We need missiles. 450 credits for 1 clip. Woo! Okay, maybe it doesn't need to be double. I just bought 31 clips of FS9 ammo and it cost me over 20k. Wow. That's amazing. We need some missiles. Let's buy 56,000 worth of missiles. They will also have rocket launchers. Those are fun too. 4.0 is a complete economy change. Yeah, I hope so, Rhino. I hope so. All the things you know, you have to unknow. It's good. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, so we've got ourselves a missile launcher. We've got a max lift. We're probably going to need... Oh, we need a backpack. A light one, because we're only wearing the light armor. So a Mac Flex. I don't have a red one here. That's okay. So we'll grab one of those. Probably going to, now that we don't have the Nurser anymore, grab ourselves some crows. If prices increase, that means we have to loot NPCs more, so more gameplay for new players. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's why, you know, I really love starting out, you know, on a starter account, because, you know, everything really matters. As soon as you've played for a couple of hours, though, you know, you can just do whatever you want. But, which is why in my Zero to Hero, I'm starting with a fully disabled ship, which makes things even harder for much, much longer. All right, we need the backpack. Yeah, I think the progress in this game, it needs to be, you know, not frustrating, but it needs to be slow. It needs to be, you know, slow progress, because, you know, once you start... Oh, can we equip 2 weapons? Let's get the... Oh, we can carry a max lift and a missile launcher. Which is why, you know, in the past I've always talked about money sinks. Again, it's part of the reason for the you know, the cost for claiming insurance. Because once you get to that point where, you know, you're established, you just make millions of credits, man. It's all you see on YouTube is how to earn millions of credits. You know, I don't know why you'd want to do that. It just... I don't know. For me, it just ruins the experience of living in the verse, spending time here, doing things, slowly progressing. All right, that's everything. Oh, no, wait, drinks. You can't just stroll into Cousin Crow's anymore and get military-grade components. RuneScape slow progression. I've never played that, so I'm not sure what it's like, but sustenance. Oh, missiles. We need to take some spare missiles with us. Let's grab some of these drinks. Ammo. How many of these missiles do you reckon we can carry? Ah, all of them. Let's take them all with us. All 56,000 credits worth of missiles. Be prepared in 4.0. Have a ship big enough to carry the ROC, have an SRV and a vulture, and have a prospector or a mole. So basically what you're saying is we need to go to Pyro with a Kraken. And then have everything aboard the Kraken? JP's not a fan of salvage. Salvage is so brain dead. Mining is so much better. It feels like you're actually doing something and not rotting your brain while salvaging. I really enjoy salvaging. It's super chill. That's actually how I re-earned all my money. I got down to about 100 grand for a little bit. And then I did a little bit of rock mining. And then I did some salvage. I think the salvage gameplay loop in terms of, hull scraping and stuff like that, I think it needs to be, they've tried to, with the rebalancing of prices and stuff, scraping the vehicle and then breaking it up and, munching it. But one of the problems that they really need to overcome is the selling of components. Now, because most of the ships that we find that have salvageable components, or most of the ships that we can find, that have salvageable components, you can't sell because they're stock components. So hopefully, as things move forward and, the ownership system, starts to develop, that they can identify, okay, this stock component doesn't belong to you. You didn't buy it. It's not from one of your ships. Thus, therefore, it's not yours. And you've either stolen it or salvaged it or whatever. So, therefore, you can sell it. Then, salvage, at least for me, and the way in which I play the game and approach the game, will, be a lot more enjoyable. Kind of like Super Mac Brother, right? Like, the way that he plays the game. And I think we're very similar in our playstyle approaches in that, we're not out there to min-max. We're not out there to, find, the quickest way to do things. We're out there to find the most interesting ways, which is why sometimes people have sat here for, hours on my stream while we try and recover. Like, if that guy didn't come back to kill us, I would have probably jumped in the Nurser. We would have transferred all the gems into the Nurser, or as many of them as we could have, and then we would have driven somewhere. I know that we were quite close to an outpost, and we would have spent the next hour driving around and, on an incredibly, boring yet exciting adventure to try and find, salvation. Now, I don't think we can spawn the ROC here. The Zeus is ready to go. I think we need to go to our hangar to claim the ROC. We would have had one of those adventures of survival. Excuse me. I've got 221 million and did salvage once, and that was enough. There are much better game loops. Every game loop is, interesting. It just depends on, how you approach it. And where you find enjoyment. Of course, there's better game loops for making money, earning credits, earning reputations. There'll always be something like that, but You know, some of the greatest sessions that I've had have been in my Vulture and just flying around from, you know, this was just back at the beginning when they just implemented, you know, long-term persistence, and there were wrecks everywhere. Since they've obviously cleaned that up, and that's no longer the case. But one of the greatest sessions I ever had was in my Vulture, just flying around to different locations, finding wrecks, pulling off components, salvaging the hull or stripping the hull. Did I make a lot of money? No. Did I have a whole bunch of fun? Absolutely. What is going on with the elevators? Server error? I think so. CIG is going to make it easier to tow vehicles if left unattended after an hour in 4.0, even in armistice zones. The SRV will be a good asset to have. I melted my SRV because, again, at this point, it doesn't seem to be terribly useful. But if they're changing things in 4.0, I think we must be in the middle of a crash. I think so. So, we need access to our hangar to be able to claim the ROC. We could always go down to one of the city gates. Let's go see if these terminals are working. I wonder why the lifts aren't working. Well, the answer to that is Star Citizen, but...
Welcome.
Okay, so these are working.
Vehicle retrieval system.
They've changed the scanning UI in 4.0 and I can't figure it out.
Please visit us again.
Oh, I like those things. You know, Star Citizen in the beginning for me was absolutely incredible because, you know, you just get thrown in, right? There's nothing to really help you. And I didn't watch anything on YouTube. I didn't ask any questions in Global. I just, for the first 3 months, it was a true journey of discovery and it was amazing. It was absolutely amazing. So I'm looking forward to something similar in 4.0, and if they're making changes to scanning and, you know, all this other sort of stuff, then, you know, it's going to be so much fun. I'm one of those gamers that just likes to do everything really slowly. Like this dude walking around. You get it, brother. You get it. I just can't wait to start fresh. I'm bored right now. I have everything I need. Yeah, exactly. Which is part of, you know, my rules here are designed to, you know, challenge that progression. You know, I don't know what people's taxes are like in other parts of the world, but I'm sure they scale, right? The more you earn, the more you get taxed, and then it caps out at a certain point, and that, you know, and so I want something similar from my experience here, is that, you know, as I'm earning money, there should be costs involved in being able to earn that money. You know, ship repair, ship fuel, you know, the prices of ship fuel are ridiculous. You know, that's something else I need to add into my rules here, is I need to figure out a more appropriate matrix for the cost of fuel. Apparently I did see on one of Captain Foxy Loxy's videos that, you know, the range of fuel of quantum drives has been quite significantly adjusted. So that's also something to keep in mind. I'm just going to duck out to one of the city gates so I can go claim the ROC, and then we'll come back and we'll try and figure out why the elevators aren't working.
fellow travelers. Do not lock doors.
I've just noticed somebody resubscribed on Twitch, but I didn't get a notification, and again, not being a Twitchite, I don't know how to really look that up, but thank you to whoever that was.
When train is approaching.
I really do appreciate it.
Next stop,
So I have to take that into consideration, is, you know, the changes to the quantum drive fuel distances that you can travel and the cost of the fuel. Those things need to be taken into consideration, but I don't think from you know, when I was watching his video, you can check it out on YouTube, Captain Foxy Loxy. I don't think it's a bad thing, you know, being able to, you know, jump around without having to refuel. You know, I don't think it's a bad thing that you're only going to be able to make a couple of jumps before you have to refuel. Again, it you know, just leads into, you know, that you know, I'll use the word exploration, but I'm not using it in terms of, you know, exploring the verse. From the perspective of you know, having to stop somewhere and refuel and being able to experience something new there. When we get all these, you know, missions and, you know, being able to go to a location and finding things to do, and it'll make a big difference. So yeah, I can't wait to Ruboy for a fresh start, especially on Argo's account. It's going to be so much fun because, you know, he's going to have to upgrade from that starter ship to another starter ship that's actually got a bed. It would be great if we could sell ships. You know, hopefully at some stage we'll be able to do that. You know, how that's going to work, and, you know, I have no idea, but yeah, so start with the Pisces. We'll find all the components for it, get it flyable, earn the 600 grand or 650 grand we need for a cutter. I think that was the cheapest starter ship that I could find that was, you know, had a storage, had a bed. Maybe the 100i might be a bit cheaper. I'm not sure. But I think from Argo's perspective, kind of like my old work van, which I've, you know, converted. I've now called him Artax. You know, it's got everything I need in there. I could live in that van, you know, quite happily and quite comfortably. You know, it's got everything in there. It's got, you know, a hot shower. It's got a toilet. It's got a fridge, freezer. It's got a kitchen, microwave, oven. You know, it's got TV, internet. You know, so I think from Argo's perspective, you know, after his separation, he's keeping his name, right, that he's adopted, Hurston. You know, he's going to want to move into that nomadic lifestyle. I think he's really going to enjoy cutter. Also, another penalty you can add is when you have to steal after you lose your ship. If you crash that stolen ship, you have to pay a cleanup fee, like the time you crashed that Titan into pads. The ROC. Here we go. Oh, the ROC is still alive. It hasn't been destroyed. Has the... Oh, the Ursa Medivac is still alive. Hasn't been destroyed. So let's claim this.
Your insurance claim has been sent.
We'll go back and claim the Nursa. Okay, so those two things are being claimed. Now we just need to find out why we can't get access to the elevators. We shall travel back on the train. Another 200 credits for the train trip back to the spaceport. We are at gate 1, right? So if we catch this platform, we can go 1 station. Oh, there's a train! Yeah! Lawville is so huge, and with all these city gates and, you know, different rail networks, you know, I'm looking forward to the point where you could just have, you know, weeks of gameplay here at Lawville. Just, you know, going about doing things out into little settlements. There's a couple of mines close by. Not mines as in underground caves, but like little mining. They're not outposts, but, you know, there's mining equipment and stuff there. You know, those locations. There is a cave close by. There's a you know, an outpost not far away. Yeah, we just have to wait and see what happens as you know, as the game continues to progress. I'm very much in that excited, you know, period again. You know, after a nice break, you know, coming back to the game and seeing some of the changes that have happened and the changes that are coming, and obviously with the 4.0 being just around the corner, and a whole new system and a full wipe. You know, it's difficult for me not to be excited. You know, and I'm most excited about just starting from scratch. Obviously, I'm going to have, you know, the Luminalia gifts that Argo got last year. I'll have the IAE Academy bonuses, the suit of armor, and I think it's a P4 Night Stalker rifle, or Night Stalker paint on it. So he's going to have a couple of things. So I don't think I'm going to start with, you know, nothing. You know, he's not going to start with zero, right? Again, we got to keep in mind that we're coming from the perspective of Argo's separation from, I don't know what her name is. Let's just call her Amelia Hurston. I'll write up a backstory and properly, right? So coming from his separation from Amelia Hurston, sort of, you know, as part of his settlement, he has gotten some things from her. So, Commander Alice Aurora, welcome on Twitch. How are you, my friend? Thank you for choosing to spend some of your time here at After Dark. My name is Crouch. Welcome. What am I starting with? So, the account that I'm talking about at the moment, for one of my old accounts, Argo Hurston, he has a C8 Pisces. That's going to start fully disabled. Argo has a little bit of backstory. You know, he is one of the accounts that I've spent a lot of time role playing. Well, not necessarily, you know, role playing as in, you know, voices and all that sort of stuff, but, you know, trying to stick to his story as much as I can. And so he spent most of his time here at Lawville as a janitor, trying to earn money because, you know, he just hasn't had a ship that's worked. And, you know, he's trying to generate money. You know, last time we did a Zero to Hero run, I think it was on a different account. We also started with a ship that was fully disabled and we had to go salvaging stuff, you know, bumming rides from people. And, you know, it's rare to find miners in this mad world of combat pilots. Always appreciate it. Well, you know, we were just destroyed by one of those mad combat pilots over on Daymar. My first expedition, rock mining on Daymar. Normally I spend all of my time on Magda or around the Hurston area, you know, but Daymar, obviously, you know, it has probably a little bit more How to Night than Magda does. And I really wish we could get some frames right now. That'd be good. Can I get a frame, and a frame, please, Stephen? But I thought, you know, let's go to Daymar, right? Everyone keeps talking about Daymar and Aberdeen, and so we spent an hour and a half on Daymar before we found some Hadonite. After we mined that Hadonite, we were ambushed and destroyed. Got to get out of here. We need some frames, man. OBS says everything is good. Twitch says everything is good. YouTube says everything is good. My computer is not currently trying to take off. So I'm assuming this is just Lawville. Being Lawville. We still can't call the elevators, hey? Okay, so we have some options. This is the point where a normal person would server hop, right? Elevators aren't working. Just log off, log back onto a different server. In the whole new world here, it would cost me 1,000 credits to do that because, you know, I'd be waking up in a hab, and according to my new rules for, the, you know, Argo Hurston's, you know, 0 to hero, if he wakes up in a hab, he's got to pay 1,000 credits for it. We have an option. We have an option. It's going to take some time, but in the spirit of After Dark, it is the best option I can think of at this point in time, and that's to go back and get ourselves a vehicle, drive over to Edmund, spawn a Pisces, fly up to Everest, claim a ship, and be on our way. So that shall be what we do. Short-term employments, moving boxes around a distribution center to make enough for a first ship would be cool. Yeah, look, Argo's certainly going to have, you know, his work cut out for him. We've got to get out of Lawville, man. These frames are just ridiculous. It's not normally this bad. I don't know why it's this bad at the moment. Oh, of course I do. It's bloody IAE and the free fly. Try every door, JP. Yeah, we tried a bunch before, but we're on a mission now, so we shall continue with the mission. And by, you know, this is a way more exciting mission by the, you know, trying to escape Lawville. And if we go in a vehicle, we'll have a scanner, but we won't have a quantum drive. So we're going to have to... Edmund's not that far away. Edmund's not that far away. We just kind of need to leave in the right sort of direction. Yeah, short-term employments, moving boxes around a distribution center to make enough for a first ship would be cool. Yeah, I can't wait for like all the, you know, in any MMO that you start. This is the Metro Center. Where are we going? Wait, why are we back at the Metro Center? Hang on, yeah, the Metro Center is where we need to be because we need to transition to one of the perimeter gate lines. Like in any MMO, right? Let's just take a fantasy MMO because that's what I'm most familiar with. You know, you start off in the village killing rats or stuff like that. And then you slowly progress, you know, go kill some, you know, wolves. And now you got to go take care of, you know, these, you know, skeletons. And now you got to kill some ghouls and, you know... I should be able to spend heaps of time here at Lawville just doing little jobs, little tasks. It doesn't matter where we go, any perimeter gate will be fine. Actually, I'd like to go to gate 2. I'd like to go to gate 2 because from gate 2... If we go here, from gate 2 I should be able to find my way to Edmund. So we need to go 2 stops on this line. Yeah, the, you know, just little tasks, little jobs to earn credits and money. So those are the sorts of things that I'll add into the improvised missions that I've started the thread for on Discord. So that when we get the wipe, when 4.0 launches, when Argo begins his adventure, I've got a feeling I might start him off in prison. I think that'd just be a nice way to start Argo's, you know, journey of recovery, right? After his separation from Amelia, you know, after having been, you know, shunned by the Hurston family because he's basically a bum, you know, they put him in prison. They give him a little bit of money, a suit of armor, a broken Pisces, and put him in prison. Just for good measure. It's going to be fun. So yeah, those sorts of things I need to add into the improvised missions. how we do that here. I think there might need to be some setup involved, or how could I move boxes around Lawville? I can't because it's armistice. I don't know. I'll come up with some ideas. And it may be just as ridiculous as, just pretending to move boxes around so I can earn some credits, and I don't know, trying to replicate what that sort of gameplay might feel like in the future, and I think from a stream perspective, I don't know how we're gonna make that interesting, but I'll figure something out. Belly, anyone knows about the vehicle bays at Lawville? I quite frequently land at the perimeter gates. It's a nice way just to land without having to, actually go into a hangar and all that sort of stuff. Just go land at one of the perimeter gates. And, okay, this is the first stop, right? Perimeter gate 1, yep. Oh, we could go from gate 1. Yeah, fuck it. Let's just go from gate 1. Alright, now we're out of the main, space terminal. Things are a little bit better here. Oh, spoke too soon. Now, the vehicle that I think we should take should be the Nurser. Just in case this takes us a little bit of time.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Crouch, that guy was talking shit at that mining facility, told me I couldn't do anything about him stealing my pad. I stole his ship and his gold and his armor. Nice work, mate. Nice work. Alright, let's take the Nurser.
Vehicle select. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Because at least that way we're going to be able to survive the trip. Oh, we got a bit of daylight too, and it looks like the sun's rising. That's a good sign. Okay, so we need to get our bearings in a minute, which we should be able to do once we can start scanning a little bit. Dogs, how are you, mate? How goes the stream? Well, there's not obviously a lot of rock mining going on. Daymar, as you have mentioned many times before, might have a lot of hadanite, but it's not a fantastic place to be, simply because of the number of people there. So we did manage to get to Daymar. We spent about an hour and a half before we actually found some hadanite. We mined that hadanite. Immediately after, getting everything squared away on the ship and being prepared to take off, we got attacked. I didn't have any means of being able to defend myself. And I couldn't get back into the ship quick enough up onto the bridge because the Star Lancer is a ridiculously huge beast. We were destroyed. Okay, so, this isn't going to work out. Hang on, let's get this active. Oh, okay, so this is... Oh, bummer. I was kind of hoping we might be able to see through some of these buildings to get our bearings, and there's no compass. We need to know where the big building is. Okay. So now we're back on Lawville, but the elevators aren't working. So instead of logging off like a normal person and just logging onto a different server, we're doing a typical crouch thing. And making things more complicated than they really need to be. But this is how things would be if I would just log off and log back into the same shard. I'd be exactly where I was before. So what I'm just contemplating right now is the Nurser is probably going to be the better vehicle for a cross-country drive. But I'm also thinking there is Aphorite around here. There is Aphorite around here. So we could... I'll be back in 1 minute. I just need to get... Why do I not have any water here? I'll be back in a minute. Hang on. Okay. I was just thinking that I could take the ROC, because the ROC also has a scanner in it. But instead of just adventuring our way to Edmund, which once I can see the big Hurston admin building, I can kind of find my way to Edmund. But obviously, given none of these vehicles have a quantum drive, we're not going to actually get a location marker. I have done the drive to Edmund a couple of times. It's about 35 k's away. But I'm just thinking, if we're going to drive all that way... The reason I brought the Ursa was because, you know, we can jump into it and we can hydrate and all that sort of stuff. But it is... Oh boy. It is just a cross-country journey. But if we take the ROC, which will be a slower trip, we could actually find some minables along the way. This is why I love your content, finding workarounds on a whole other level. Well, we kind of have to, right? Because in the future, you know, if something goes wrong, you can't just log off and log back on to a different shard, because it's going to be the same shard. You know, when we have server meshing. Dogs, you just, I just got off a cooked server hanger, not opening, ship not storing. Yeah, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. Look, we're supposed to be doing some rock mining. We are supposed to be on Daymar. We are trying to get back to Daymar. I think we'll take the ROC. Okay, let's store this. Let's call our for a vehicle bay. I think we'll take the ROC, because at least that way we can get some gems, whether it's Aphorite or whatever. You know, at least we're going to be able to make some money on the way. Julio, hello! Ship from a friend. This is also a possibility. Why is the vehicle bay not working? Single shard is very, very far away. Indeed it is. Atreyu?
I am listening, Commander. How can I help?
Contact landing services.
Understood, Commander. Request has been submitted to landing services.
Learning locations without proper mapping function is a whole other level of skill. Maybe scanners can be damaged in the future and this will be a needed skill. It's very difficult right now. It's very, very difficult to find your way around planet side without you know, a compass. Okay, impound it, because you know, yeah, okay, fine. You weren't going to give me a bay anyway. Just at least let me get out of the vehicle. Don't send me back to the terminal. Do not send me back to the terminal. You can do what you want with that vehicle. I don't want to have to catch the train again. We'll get the ROC. It's got the same scanning functionality as the Nurser,
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval.
but at least we can get some gems and stuff along the way.
Vehicle select-
So I do appreciate people choosing to spend some of their time with me this evening as we, you know, try to get our way back to Daymar in the most after dark way possible. This is going to be a journey. This is going to be a journey. So I'm just going to say thank you right now to those people who get frustrated and say, I've had enough of this. I appreciate you choosing to spend some of your time with me here on YouTube or Twitch. I appreciate the people who have dropped a like over on YouTube. Thank you so much. All right, let the journey begin. Actually, I think I have a scanner or a compass in first. Oh, God. Well, that was a wonderful start. Just fully launched ourselves off that platform. So, okay, yeah, the ROC might not have been the best choice. It's very slip-slidey. And the frames here are absolutely shocking. Let's get the head tracking. Okay, so 11 kilometers away. That's going to be the spaceport. So the big admin building should be somewhere on our left. Oh, God. The frames! This is gonna be painful. The big admin building should be somewhere over there. Oh, God. Should be over there somewhere. If that's the spaceport in amongst those buildings, I'm pretty sure the admin building is going to be on the other side, which means that Edmund is going to be somewhere over that peak just there in that direction, 35 kilometers. Oh, yep, the Nurser would have been a way better choice, and the frames right now are killing me. Okay, we're 2 minutes into this adventure and I'm already feeling it. Let's get ourselves a bit of distance. Oh, even controlling the camera is almost impossible. Okay, so... Okay. I think we're just going to have to go slow and steady. The DS may have been better for a long drive. Yeah, true. If we just go slow and steady, we'll get there. The first thing this building right in front of us is one of those large arms that extend out from Hurston. And in between each of the arms is a city gate. There's 6 of them. And we're leaving from city gate number 1. So we need to get around this arm that's up here. Some of them you can drive under. Some of them you have to drive around. So we'll just see. And you can see we're getting map markers, points of, you know, possibilities. This one's 5.2 kilometers away. These are generally apherite from, you know, previous experiences. It's generally always apherite around Lawville. Oh, hit that rock. So we'll see if we can pick up some of this Aphrodite along the way. Why does that button not work in vehicles? It's actually driving with my sticks is a little bit easier than the mouse. Although, as you can see, we're missing about, you know... Oh, OBS has started complaining. What are we running that we don't need to be running? Nothing. We need everything that's running to be running. Oh, even the bushes are brutal. I tried to avoid it. It's gonna be a brutal drive, man. But outside of going... it's impossible to control. Outside of going back to the spaceport, trying the elevators again and then server hopping, and outside of Julio's saying, you know, someone with the ship, our options are kind of limited. If we... how do we get out of here if we have no way of getting out of here? What's your FPS? It looks so choppy. My FPS is probably 2. It is bad right now. It's not normally like this. Normally my FPS pretty much everywhere is decent. But right now, if I need to lift somewhere, you're only at Magda. That's very kind, Flossie. Why did I choose to drive into the most forested part of this little area? If we had the appropriate number of frames that we required to play the game appropriately, this wouldn't be difficult. Okay, so I think just ahead of us over there, I think that looks like an underpass up there. We'll see. Wait. Yeah, just up ahead of us. Sort of just up there. Over here, that looked like an underpass to me. Okay, this could potentially take us hours. Is that an efficient way to use everybody's time? Simply for my own indulgence? Probably not. Oh, God. Roads! Where we're going, we need roads. It's probably so bad because of all the bastards leaving their Polarises at New Babbage Commons. Oh, that's over in New Babbage, though. I don't know what it is. I'd rather get waterboarded than do what you're doing right now. In some ways, it kind of feels like I'm being Well, actually, no, I can't say that. Don't know what it's like to be waterboarded, and it's insulting to anyone who ever has been. The surface of this planet is not really designed to be driven on. I think in one of my Zero to Hero runs, this was something that I had to do to earn money, right? Okay, let's go over here. It's only 1.8 kilometers away. Is because I didn't have any other way to leave. So, you know, being able to sell enough med gowns or do enough random odd jobs to be able to afford to rent a ROC for a day and then come out here and mine some aphrorite. I mean, could quite happily do this. And I have, like I mentioned, I've driven to Edmund a couple of times. But it's just the fact that, you know, we've got a stream going and people are here. You know, I'm happy to waste my own time. Well, for me, this isn't a waste of time. This is a fun adventure. Trying to see if we can make it happen. And for me, that's fine. But, you know, for everybody else, I don't know if they've got an hour and a half to watch me to see if I can make it. There's probably something that's more akin to, you know, an edited short-term video. I tried to drive from Lawville to Edmund. This is what happened. Okay, so there's that underpass that I was talking about. Sometimes these arms have them and others you need to drive all the way around. Hopefully, can we get a view of the building yet? There it is. That's the building there. That's the spaceport behind us. So Edmund is in fact... The only way that I know, you know, a rough direction to go is because when you fly to Lawville from Edmund, directly from Edmund, you know, just under normal thrusters, to Lawville, you kind of approach it, the building, let's say this is the slope of the building, right? It points down towards the spaceport. You kind of approach the building from a sort of a southeasterly direction. Good morning, Skeet. Skeet, how are you? I hope you are well. Would be faster to walk. It's turned into Mud Runner. I prefer this, at least I prefer this as it's at least unique to other streams. Anyone who says only one system isn't big enough should also watch. Well, you know, it's just not big enough because there's just not enough places, right? Once we get more places and you can legitimately spend, you know, hours and hours and hours of gameplay in just one area, you know, it's going to be amazing. We are here for the adventure. Most videos of what you're doing now are very old, that no one knows what you're doing is a thing. All right, well, let's go. Let's go. Actually, it's way easier in third person. We'll get out of here. You can see beyond this. Oh, actually, what did I just say? Edmund is somewhere in that direction. That's all right. Let's get out of the buildings. We'll go around this arm, because at least it gets a little bit easier then. Like underneath all these arms and stuff, if there was like little settlements and NPCs and people here and they're like, hey dude, I need your help. Another settlement is asking for help. Oh god, I need to figure out how to fix these things on Twitch. No idea. Yeah. It would be cool if CIG made a lot. What's going on? Like all these spaces underneath here have so much potential. It would be cool if CIG made a large surveying vehicle that has a vehicle bay to store rocks. It would be fun for someone who preferred ground vehicle gameplay. Well, we need ground vehicle gameplay to actually be able to enjoy ground vehicle gameplay. And for that, we need a planet that's not entirely, you know, crippled by rocks. Okay. So now we can drive around Lawville. Once we get out of here, it does get a little bit easier to drive around. Look at those cut blocks there. Like out here, you know, there are some, you know, like I mentioned before, not settlements, but there's little mining facilities, and you know, they'd be perfect for that sort of gameplay. Places that you can drive to, and like this little place right here. Look at this. Oh god, the rocks, they're murder. There's just a couple of little containers, but you could have some NPCs and stuff here. Actually, I'm pretty sure the cave is over to our left somewhere. It's over there in the hills somewhere. Okay, so there's the building. So that's the race courses over there. Just above us, you can see the back end of the admin building and its front sloping down towards the spaceport. So Edmund certainly is in this direction behind this finger here. So we're going to go around this and over to the right. Is there anything out here? Let's have a look. Doesn't look like it. See, like down here is another one of those, you know, areas for storage and stuff. There could be something down here to go and do. Hey, you know, we need you to go, you know, replace this fuse. You'll find a spare one in the containers over, you know, in main office. Bang! Saw that at the last minute. Yeah, Nursa would have been way better. And the unfortunate thing is, this is just kind of hit and miss, right? I've got a general idea of the direction in which we need to travel, but without having any sort of more confirmable coordinates or a bloody compass. We're hit and miss here. What is this down here? Oh, it's slip slidey. It's slip slidey. More containers. Got some lights and masts and stuff. Yeah, so further down in the valleys, in fact, actually, I think you might be able to... Oh, they just might be trees. There are some, like, big tall towers and stuff, and... When I've been out here on other, you know, nonsensical adventures, there is some cool stuff around here. Yeah, a ground vehicle large enough to go over those rocks and rough terrain easily. Yeah, or just physics that made sense would be good. The rock doesn't have a heading indicator? No, sadly not. Neither did the nurser. Oh, God.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
There may be no exploration gameplay that pays, but there is certainly things all over to discover. There's things everywhere, you know. Well, not everywhere. Hopefully one day there will be. But, yeah, it'd be nice if there was things to do in those places. Okay, we're in one of these nightmare places. Oh, God. Are we going to disappear into the rock? Ah, fuck. Yeah, boy. Oh, yep. Now we're down the hill. That was part of the plan. This thing is so hard to control. I can't. Oh, okay. This direction is not. Starstreams! How are you, my friend 07s? How are you? I saw your post on YouTube the other day that you got some fiber optics coming in December. That sounds amazing, man. That sounds amazing. I've noticed that you've been a little bit active in some you know, other games, which is good to see. But your internet has been a bit of an issue, having been on, you know, mobile broadband. Oh, God. So it's great to see that you're getting some fast internet in. I don't know if I can put you guys through much more of this. What did we hit then? That tiny rock. It might make more sense to just log on to a server that has working elevators rather than this nonsense. Whilst this is fun for me, and I'd quite happily put some Netflix on it and see if I can make this journey, it does take a long time. And we are supposed to be rock mining on Daymar, not trying to figure out how to get out of Lawville because we can't get to the bloody hangars. Look at that poor rock. It's like a dying squirrel. Yeah, it's so bad. What's going on? Did I get sniped again? No, well, after we got destroyed on Daymar, obviously we woke up at the hospital here and then we, you know, re-equipped ourselves and outfitted ourselves. But none of the elevators were working, so we couldn't make it to the hangars. So I thought, look, instead of being like a regular human being who would just log off and log back onto a server that actually works, we'll go on a stupid crouch adventure and we spawned a rock at the vehicle bay at gate 1, and now we're trying to drive to Edmund, where we can spawn a Pisces, and then we'll take that Pisces up to Everest Harbour, where we can spawn the Zeus, and then we shall take that Zeus to Daymar, where we can then get ourselves a rock. And I thought, look, instead of driving the Nurser to Edmund, we'd take the rock, because sometimes there are gems out here, although normally they're inside the perimeter of Lawville. And we could do a bit of rock mining on the way. But I forgot how bad it is to drive around. You know what would be so cool is to have a ground salvage vehicle like the Rock that you could salvage. Obviously not all of this junk that's all over Lawville, but just like you do when we're rock mining or ore mining or whatever, ping to find salvageable salvage, and then use that ground-based salvage vehicle to salvage it. Oh god. IEE plus free fly plus save Santon equals yeah, pretty much equals nothing really working properly. So I thought we'd take the Rock instead of the Ursa, which might have been a bad decision, because the Rock is back to being a little bit like its previous self, slip sliding and all over the place, and now it has power to climb back up hills and stuff. So, you know, it's certainly a traversable vehicle, but it still bounces around a lot and slip slides and all that sort of stuff. So we need to get around this finger, and then I'm hoping we can duck between. So straight ahead of us is one of the sort of perimeter refineries. And once we get around this finger, there should be kind of like a couple of raised pipelines that lead out to that refinery. And if we go underneath those pipelines and out to the right, and then just keep driving straight for 35 more disastrous and nightmarish kilometers, we should get close to Edmund. A ground salvage buggy would be cool. Salvageable salvage. I don't know how much more of this I can do, though. Like I said before, I'd quite happily put on Lord of the Rings or something right now and just sit here and just be stubborn and enjoy this disastrous oh, no. Oh, shit. Go, Rock. You can get out of anything. Yes, you can. Let's go! But from a stream perspective, we are supposed to be trying rock mining on Daymar, which for our first adventure there ended in disaster. Not trying to, you know, complete a journey of discovery. This is this is ridiculous. Oh, call for a vote. Log or keep driving. It's 454 stream. All right. What we could do. All right, we got to. All right, yep. I won't put up a poll or anything. I don't think we have the viewership to worry about any of that, but it's up to you guys. What do you want to see? Let me know in the chats, both on Twitch and YouTube. Do you want to see me keep attempting this ridiculous drive to Edmund, which potentially could take us, you know, over an hour, or just relog and get on with some rock mining and get back to things as usual? You guys let me know. It's just when we hit these rocks hard, that's when we have a problem. A physics refactor would be very much appreciated. All right, so what are people saying? Keep driving, keep driving, keep driving. You must be committed. Bushwookies, how are you? 07. What are you up to, Crouch? Just watching the stream after work. This is clickbait. You promised us rock mining on Daymar. We're trying to get back there. It is kind of at this point, you know, if you did click on the thumbnail, there was my picture of my pretty rock on Daymar in front of my Zeus, and then you see this. Like, what the hell's going on here? Just as Bushwookies asked, what's going on? Well, we were over on Daymar. It took us a long time to find some Hadonite. We found some Hadonite. Then immediately after we mined the Hadonite, we got ambushed by somebody, and because I didn't have a railgun, I didn't really have any means of being able to defend myself. The ship was destroyed. We were killed whilst in my futile attempt to shoot at the ship with my rifle. Then we woke up on Lawville. We re-equipped ourselves, ready for a return to Daymar, but none of the elevators were working and we couldn't get access to the hangar. So, as I've said before, instead of being like a normal person and just logging onto a server that actually worked, I was like, no way, man. I'm Crouch and I make things difficult. I'm going to drive to Edmund, which is only 35 kilometers away, but it's kind of like driving in India, right? It's impossible to travel on the roads that say 80 kilometers an hour speed limit, because they can really only travel at 25 kilometers an hour because of just the conditions. And so that is what we are doing. We are driving the rock, which in hindsight, I was planning on doing a little bit of rock mining along the way. But there's not a lot out here. Like, you can see off to the right there, there's things inside the Lawville area. But once you get outside of these wings, there's not a lot out here. So in hindsight, it probably might have been better to actually bring the Nurser or one of the rovers. Log. Log says Skeet, Rhino, Mother Fig. Bloody's joined us as well. I'm waiting for the rock to just suddenly stop running. that is a possibility. The rock seems to handle better with analog controls. Yeah, because I can control the speed a little bit better. Took almost a year off Star Citizen, hey Skeet. Yeah, I had a nice break as well. Rhino, you just joined the server and it seems quite good. It's certainly more responsive now than it was. You went through a divorce, moved to a new city, new job, new girlfriend. Wow, some big life changes for you, Skeet. The rock is starting to randomly pull to the left. All right, so what have we got so far? Mother Fig, Rhino, Skeet. All say to relog. Keep driving. Okay, so we're 3 for 3 right now. She's 30 and I'm 51. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. So that makes you 32, right, Skeet? If you're only as young as the person you're feeling. Oh, meta. Oh, you know what's going to happen? It's going to be dark soon. It's going to be dark soon. We've run out of daylight. I forgot about that. It takes a full day cycle to drive to Edmund. You've got to leave in the morning. I thought it was the morning, but the sun must have been, you know, waning. It's going to get dark real quick. In the next 10 minutes, it's going to be dark. Oh, God! And once it becomes dark, it's going to be impossible. Fuck. This has become an unachievable mission. Like I said, it's about an hour in real time, hour and a half to drive from Lawville to Edmund through all this nonsense, and it's a full day cycle. Although I am very happy that the ROC has been, you know, sort of, I don't know when, it's been a while since I've played properly, but since I've been playing, it's been since 3.23.2. The ROC is much better than it used to be. Like, amongst, like, this little bit of shit here, right? Oh, this is perfect. I just want to get out here for a second. We're gonna relog because we can't do this. The sun's gonna be gone and, you know, it's going to take forever. Like, inside, like, this little bit of, you know, wreckage, just having, like, a little shanty outpost out here in this little area. A couple of tarps thrown up and stuff, and they're living outside the city perimeter. And, you know, being able to come here and, you know, get some silly little quest, right? There's too many wombats in the area. We can't sleep. We're afraid. Can you kill them? Or what are those dogs called? Copions? There's copions in the area. That would be sweet. Yeah, we're gonna relog Motherfig. This just it's going to be dark in a couple of minutes, and as soon as it gets dark, this becomes impossible. It's already hard enough. I think off stream, I do want to find from each of the city gates how to get to Edmund. In my own time, with Lord of the Rings on, or Harry Potter, or whatever, you know, I have a compass when I'm on foot. And so, you know, I can find my direction. You know, this is where we need to head and travel. So when the 4.0 wipe comes around and Argo Hurston, who's starting with a completely disabled Pisces, no weapons, no components, nothing, he will have a little bit of money and a suit of armor and the Luminalia gifts, you know, presents from Emilia Hurston after their separation. So he's not starting with nothing. It's just that the ship that he has isn't going to be, you know, capable of much. So I will need to be able to find my way around. And there's a couple of points of interest around here. 3, in fact. Edmund, there's a mine, and there's a outlaw outpost, all within, excuse me, drivable distance of Lawville. So if I can, you know, easily locate those, excuse me, those points of interest, then it goes a long way to being able to help Argo get the best start that he can. Can make a comfy home out here. I just want to be able to spend a lot more time on foot. On foot in a vehicle. You know, I know it's a space game, but that doesn't mean we need to be flying around in space all the time. You know, as Space Tomato was saying on his stream last night, this morning I managed to catch a little bit of that. You know, we are the fortunate few who do actually have the money, the background to actually be able to afford a spaceship. You know, 99% of the population is living on planets and moons and settlements and oh, yeah, see, as soon as it gets dark, that's just going to constantly be happening. Smacking into things and smacking into things and smacking into things. So just in between these two buildings, we take a right-hand turn here. We should go underneath some pipelines, and then we just keep driving to Edmund. But there's not enough light for us to be able to do it. We're stuck in some wreckage. And the lights on the ROC still haven't been fixed. They still kind of point up into the air. Just bear with me for 5 more minutes. I do just want to make it around the corner here. And from an orientation perspective, just confirm what I believe I should be seeing. Because if that is the case, then that's one thing can confirm from this nonsense. Because I'm sure that building out there is one of the exterior refineries, and it's connected to the main Lawville city by some pipelines. It has been a long time since, you know, the Lawville refactor or the rework, and I spent a lot of time flying around in the Pisces. Yep. Oh, wow, we just cruised straight over that rock. Just so funny that vehicles in the future don't have Google Maps. Yeah, I know. It's, you know, they really haven't put a lot of thought into, you know, ground, you know, vehicle play. You know, or the, you know, well, having said that, even the scanners and stuff in ships, there doesn't seem to be, you know, any exploration, you know, being able to explore mechanics in the game. You see what I mean about the lights, right? Just let me just back up a little bit. Look how much of this pillar, you can see the center bit part of the light is halfway up the pillar. It's pointing into the air, not down. Anyone know if RSI has fixed the 6000 error code? Bushwookies, have you gotten hold of support? I think you've said you've lodged several support requests, right? Look at that ship flying past. Imagine, you know, when we see NPCs and stuff like that all the time. That's Flossie! Oh. There's Flossie's in his Star Lancer. Right, Fox Creative Gaming. Rock mining without a ship. Yeah, well, right now, we're kind of in a predicament. We're kind of in a predicament, but I think we're just about to be rescued. So you've joined at the right time, Fox. Everyone else has been persisting with 45 minutes of this nonsense. Oh, God. How do you fall upwards onto a ramp? This is Flossie, Motherfig. Flossie has appeared. Flossie 69's private property. Enter at your own risk. G'day, Flossie. How are you, mate? Okay, maybe it's not a Lawville issue. Oh no, I can call this elevator. Oh, sorry, headset's not on. That's okay. Yeah, up to Everest Harbour would be good. Thanks, Flossie. Do I do a lot of mining, or am I trying out mining for the first time? No, rock mining is probably one of my, most favorite things to do. I don't normally rock mine on Daymar. I spend most of my time on Magda or, around the Hurston area. Simply because, take him to his destination, Edmund. Simply because Daymar is, whilst it's probably, the concentrations of Hadonite are probably greater on Daymar, there's just so many people over there. There's so many locations, outposts, and there's a limited number of places amongst all of that to go and sell gems that the chances of running into people in Daymar are significantly higher. For example, if we go back through any of the streams that I've done, rock mining streams on Magda, I've never seen anyone. And we've mined millions of credits of Hadonite on Magda with zero issue. The first time I go to Daymar to try and find gems, it took an hour and a half before we found some Hadonite. We found some Aphrite and some Dolomite. Aphrite's super rare on Daymar, but, Oh, God. Where are we? I'm stuck in the lift. And then when we do find some Hadonite, we get jumped and murdered. And since then, we've been on a mission to try and get back there. But the elevators and stuff not working at the Lawville sort of scuttled that plan a little bit. So I thought, look, in typical After Dark fashion, we don't do things, easily here. I'm going to drive from Lawville to Edmund and Then I can summon a small ship there and fly up here to Everest where we can claim ourselves our Zeus and then begin the mission again. I find it to be better to find a lot of Hadonite on aerial. Yeah, I love it. Aberdeen for Hadonite or don't bother. Balrogs, you just mine Afra on Wallop. It's fast and profitable. Yep. Yep. You know, as long as you're mining stuff, I think you're just way better off just mining whatever you come across. A, it keeps things, you know, interesting. You're always doing something. Obviously, Hadonite being the most valuable gem, you know, you do want to be finding the majority of that to be Hadonite. But, yeah, just as Fox says, I mine all the gems. I just don't go for Hadonite. I like to decorate my dashboard with Jalenite. I have not found any Jalenite yet. Uh-oh. Who's this trying to sneak into your hangar, Flossie? It's automatically changed to... am I dead? Oh, that's Motherfig, is it? I no longer have a body or be able to see in third person. You found it one time and it was worth a lot? It suddenly changed. As soon as we entered the hangar, it changed view to this third person view. And now I can't change back to my view. How has this happened? What's going on? Okay, so we've made it to Everest Harbour, but now we have another issue. I'm going to have to find some more in 4.0 once it gets wiped. Dozens of caves before finding any. Yeah, I've gone on a search for it too, but never had any. Like Janelite are too rare to sell. Where was I? I was in the cockpit. Can't see me anywhere. Were you in the ship elevator? No, I was in the cockpit. Just behind the... I was standing behind Flossie as he was coming into the hangar. And then as soon as we went through the hangar doors, it changed to this view. And now I can't... Star Citizen happened. Okay, so at this point things are even more complicated than they were before. I've seen this view before. But you were not party with Flossie. No. I was in a party with you, Motherfig. Try F1. F1 opens the Moby glass, and I can kind of see the Moby glass. See what happens if he stores the ship. Yeah, then maybe. Flossie, try storing the ship, man. Yeah, and you sneaked in behind him. Yeah. I've seen this weird view of the Moby glass before when, you know, your view gets messed up. Oh god, I'm firing missiles at things. Well, this is not an angle you get to see very often. Am I in the building? Am I stuck in the building? Step away for a minute and now this happens? I think I've become part of the station. What the fuck? I've become a security camera. Look at this. You are your own stream angel. This is crazy. Okay, so I've got my third person view back. All right. This is incredible. This is absolutely incredible. I logged in back at Pyro. 4.0 means another load of armor runs 2 to stock up. C8 with boxes to loads of outposts. Yeah, I've got a feeling that get down from there. Yeah, I've got a feeling that Argo's going to be doing a fair bit of that stuff too. All right, we've just got to bail. We've got to bail. Can't even see you to try and beam me down. No, I've become an angel. I've become an angel. Oh, these are the adventures we have here at After Dark. Sometimes they work. Sometimes, you know, we get to salvation and survival is achieved. You know, sometimes Star Citizen happens. All right, let's log back in. I'm just going to leave this party. Thank you, Motherfig. Thank you, Flossie. Crouch afterlife. It's because we were not partied. Yeah, Motherfig, you and I were in a party. Which I just left. Where am I going to wake up? At Everest Harbour? I was on Flossie's ship, but I was in your party. Okay, we're at Everest Harbour. All right. We've lost our missile launcher. We've lost our missile launcher. Okay. Let's see how we go getting back to Daymar now. What the hell, man? 3 hours and 16 minutes and we still don't have any Hadonite. Wrong party, wrong ship. I did. I joined Mother Fig's party and then I just climbed into the first spaceship that landed.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, dear me. Constellation Phoenix we can deliver super quick. How long is this going to take? 10 minutes. Oh, I've got a second style answer max. Sick. Oh, that must be the loaner for the TAC.
Sorry, that is an invalid request.
No, it's not.
Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered to the following location. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Okay. Oh, shit. Ooh, progress. Progress. Wouldn't the FL Max be better for time to seat? What the hell paint's on this ship? It's yellow orange! It's yellow orange! What happened to the chrome? Loaner must have a different paint scheme. Wouldn't the Freelancer Max be better for time to seat? Right. In terms of being able to get back into the seat quicker. What would be better would be the... Are you kidding me? Would be the Zeus. Did I have a Freelancer Max? I don't think I had a Freelancer Max. I used to. Caterpillar livery, hey? Oh, you know what? We should have done it. We should have spawned the ROC first. Man, even my frames here are brutal. Time for a new computer. Okay.
You are clear to launch.
Probably on the server side. I'm back on the same server. Am I, Flossie? Okay. We all live in a yellow submarine. A yellow submarine. A yellow submarine. What role does the Star Lancer fill? It's a cargo ship. $228 SEU of cargo. It's a medium freight hauler.
Thank you, and please visit again.
You're off to Stanton Gateway to see if the jump hole is working, Meta. Oh, I can't wait to try that for the first time. It's going to be incredible. I haven't... Well, I've seen a tiny little bit of maybe Space Tomato or someone flying through a wormhole or jump hole. On cue, crash the desktop. Nomad for the win! Stream is lagging a bit. Oh no. OBS is complaining that I'm having an encoding overloading error. Consider turning down the video settings or using a faster encoding preset. Both Twitch and YouTube say everything is okay. No, it's my PC is playing up. It doesn't sound, it's not roaring at me like it sometimes does. If you go over to the cargo deck outside, you will see me loading up. Where's the cargo deck? Oh man, it's almost unplayable. Things are a little brutal at the moment. Yeah, YouTube's starting to complain of an error. How's my CPU at 90%? Yeah, everything's running real high. GPU's at 62%, CPU's at around 90, memory's at 63, solid, constant. I don't know. Not a computer person. Set a course for Daymar.
The star map is being updated, sir.
Something is probably updating in the background. Okay. We're back to Daymar. We still need to recover a vehicle. I need to be able to get some gems. Some gems. But so far, my experience on Daymar hasn't been amazing. Alright, so now we're out of there. The CPU's down to 36%. Some gems! I just need to get myself a few gems. Some gems. All right. So we lost our missile launcher. Stuck in the roof of Flossie's hangar. I've still got some Tim Tams. I think it's time for another Tim Tam Slam. I shall be back in just a minute. I've got to get some fresh hot chocolate. Well, that was almost perfectly timed. Minute and a half to heat up some milk. Make our final trip to Daymar.
Do not be sorry. Be better.
I shall be. I shall be. 3060, 95% CPU, 55%, I'm assuming GPU in QT. Many crash to desktops, hey motherfig. SCD1. Okay, so how many outposts are there on Daymar for mining?
Let's do this thing. Whoa!
What I might do is, because Daymar has so many locations, bear with me for just 1 minute whilst we jump into voice attack. And we go to set of courses. Set a course. Let's duplicate this one. Set a course for mining area 141. We want to tighten change this to put in Art Corp Arc Corp mining area 141. Arc Corp. Okay. Save. Apply. So there's two. There are two. Shubin is the popular one. Go to the other one. So we've got Arc Corp mining area 141 and Shubin SCD1. Set a course for mining area 141.
Acknowledged.
Alright, that'll make it a bit easier to find these places in the future. Yeah, someone was saying earlier on that Shubin, the SCD1 is where people buy gold, right? So it sounds like a prime spot for pirates and stuff. Oh man, it's so warm right now. These Tim Tams are all soggy. The Tim Tam's got a hole in it. I can't hold the Tim Tam properly. It's melting everywhere. Oh shit. Holy Tim Tam. I like how the outposts and stuff are way more easy to see at nighttime. They can actually see some lights and stuff. That's the fourth crash to desktop in 15 minutes. Bleed that speed off early. The last thing we need right now is just to plow into the moon. All right. We're 3 minutes away from having a rock. Oh wow, that cliff is just right there, isn't it? Is there supposed to be another landing pad here? What's going on? It looks good to me. 4.0 is booked. Yeah, I don't think we'll see 4.0 until sometime early next year. I think this is going to be one of those patch cycles that's in the PTU for, you know, a good couple of months. I can't remember what the patch was previously. Was it 3.18? That was just in the PTU for ages, and when it went live it was just naffed. Why didn't I get the rock when I was at the hangar? Yeah, that would have been a good idea. You know, I would have had to have spawned it, you know, claimed it. We would have had to wait there for 3 minutes, but here I'm going to have to claim it and we're going to have to wait for 3 minutes, but at least I get to run around and see if there's any loot here whilst we wait for our claim to happen. And plus at the hangar I would have had to have claimed it, then retrieved the rock, and because they don't come up in the freight elevator like we saw in all the videos of the Nova tanks coming up in the freight elevator and everything.
Retrieval system.
I would have had to have retrieved the rock, put it to the side, then sent the lift back down, then brought up the Star Lancer. What are we doing? I'm getting a rock here. Grey Cat rock. Let's claim this. 3 minutes and 30 seconds.
Your insurance.
Maybe we'll find a rail. Maybe we'll find a rail gun.
Please visit us again. Goodbye.
4.0 was running good for you before, Dogs? Some legs. We've got some food. We've got something to drink. We've got missiles, which we no longer need. What would be incredible is to find a medium core armor and a medium backpack. What do you reckon the chances are? I think they are very slim. The only difficult thing about looting now, and you know, it's difficult, but I kind of don't mind it, is having to carry each of these things to your ship one by one. You know, it's kind of it's frustrating, right? We can't just drag things into inventory anymore and quickly move things around. But it really does give that perspective that you're like, I'm taking this, you know, bulky suit of, you know, leg armor back to my ship, come back, get the next thing. If we could use tractor beams here, then that would make things even easier. Well, not even easier. That would make things easier. It wouldn't surprise me if CAG Live releases 4.0 before Christmas holiday and run off for a month and leave us hanging again, just like 3.18. Well, you know, they have made so many promises that 4.0 will be out before the end of the year, right? So, you know, hopefully, they've got, what, 3 weeks? 3 weeks to get the 4.0 patch into some sort of shape that's, you know, however stable it can be in 3 weeks to get it out, you know, before Christmas. So I guess we'll see what happened. You're not really. I found quite a few backpacks looting in this patch. Have you really? And I missed one on the desk. No, the one on the desk I checked when I first came in. Four 4.0 will be out broken or not. There was a time, and I'm so looking forward to it again, when I would loot all the clothing and everything. Don't need any of that stuff. Maybe a mining tool. Oh, well, the fact that we don't have a multi-tool. Actually, I might grab some of this chocolate too. There's one in the first room, is there, Skeet? CIG just keeps releasing broken patch after broken patch. I don't think 4.0 is going to be any different, sadly. Yeah, it's true. Oh well, you know, small improvements by small improvements, you know, hopefully, you know, well, not hopefully, things are, and, you know, being added and things eventually work, and at some point in the next 5 or 6 years, we'll have a, you know, a relatively complete game. $12 likes out there on the old YouTube. Thank you so much. Double digits. Double digits. Legends. I appreciate everyone who spent some of their time with me this evening as we've attempted to do some rock mining. Some of which was successful and some of which wasn't. Alright, I don't think we need anything else from the white boxes. What we might do whilst we're inside... Yeah, it gave me a little jump. It gave me a little jump. How did I get my helmet back on? I took it off. Thank you. Skeet,
It's my
skeet.
pleasure to be of assistance.
Still waiting for the days when we get those gobble bins. You just put something in it and it just deletes it. Oh God! How? How? After all this time playing Star Citizen, do I still forget to put a helmet on? All right, let's see. Once every stream. This is true, Skeet Skeet. This is true. All right, let's get this rock, and let's go find ourselves some Hadanite. Oh God, what's going on here? Hey, it's a nomad. Look at this! The old Nomad. The best rock mining vehicle in the game. Congratulations, good sir. I wish you all the very best of success on your gem finding expeditions in this magnificent beast of a ship. Take care, have fun. See you, mate. There we go, a nomad. Right where it's supposed to be. That guy's a rookie, supposed to back it up in the nomad.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle.
Oh, the old nomad. So I think for Argo, we're going to try and go from the Pisces to the Cutter. Cutter's only about 650 grand. Plus it gives us the bed and stuff. So he doesn't have to be paying all the fees and all that sort of stuff for the habitation. And then from the Cutter, I think we'll go to the Nomad. And then from the Nomad, maybe to something like a C1 or something like that. You know what I've just realized? Fuck. We don't have a cargo box. Is Is that you, mother fig? How have you... It's hanging off the back, man. It's hanging off the back. I don't have a cargo box. So apparently I did read somewhere, and so I guess we'll test it out, is that if we load up the rock and then we store the rock at the location. So in the past, previously, if you put the rock on the pad, you'd be able to sell from the rock. Then previously, you know, you used to just be able to leave the rock in your ship and you'd be able to sell from the rock. Now, because things need to be transferred to the location, I did see something saying, you know, if you've got things stored inside a vehicle, you can store that vehicle at a location, and then when you're at that location, you can access the contents of the vehicle in terms of being able to sell things. Freaking love the Nomad. The hundreds of hours I rock mined with it, the memories. The Nomad is a wonderful ship. I really, really, you know, outside of the fact that it doesn't have any internal storage lockers, it's a wonderful ship. You know, the storage lockers and the gun racks are my biggest issues with the Nomad. Otherwise, it's a wonderful ship. It flies beautifully. You know, those 3 size 3 weapons are just enough to, you know, in a scrap. You know, just being able to drive up onto the ramp and drive off. Obviously, from a looting perspective, now that everything is physicalized, it's completely different from a looting perspective. But the Nomad used to be the king of looting because you used to be able to go up into the tray and strip off armor and store it in the vehicle, and no one could access it. Now, obviously, all of that is different. But as a rock miner, it is a wonderful ship. I no longer have a Nomad because it was part of a package that I melted. But so I think for Argo, his progression is going to be, first I need somewhere to sleep so I can stop paying the Hurstons to sleep in their habs, which will be the cutter. And then from there, I need something that's capable of carrying some cargo and a vehicle. And the 2 choices obviously are the Nomad or the Cutlass Black. I think the Nomad is around 1.5 million AUEC. The Cutlass Black, I think, is 1.8 or something like that. So it's kind of similar. It's been a while since I was a Nomadder. Motherfig, the Nomad's beautiful. Like rock mining in the Taurus Skeet. I did a lot of rock mining in my Andromeda to begin with. We're very close to this outpost, but you know, where aren't you very close to in bloody... What was that red arrow about? Where aren't you very close to in Daymar? There's always somebody or something around. And it's not pitch black, so, you know, let's just carry on with our adventure. What happens, happens. We lost our missile launcher, so we are once again defenseless. Let's get this on. Even in these dusk sort of conditions, Daymar is nice to fly around. It's a proper desert moon, isn't it? Just look like gems to me. Even at 99% pierce, it hasn't popped this. We lost it, and we flew over something. Oh, it's a single rock. Rude. At that sort of distance, they're going to be rocks. Look at that sun! Stanton is rising in the east. Oh, that's actually one thing that I've just noticed as well. Or, well, I didn't notice. Noticed it when I was in doing some salvage the other night. Is right above the scan indicator, you can see those numbers appear. 11,700, right? That's the RS signature that we used to get before. So if you're pinging for stuff or looking for salvage in space, you know, that's the RS signature. Rock mining with the Zeus is fantastic. The cockpit view while rock mining is supreme. I love the Zeus. You know, I'd be in the Zeus right now, but I thought, look, I'll take the Star Lancer out. Excuse me. For some adventures. The Zeus is a wonderful rock mining ship. I think the Star Lancer is fantastic as a liveaboard, you know, long-term exploration vessel. You know, especially in terms of its cargo capacity, you know, along the, you know, the center bottom of the hold, but having that vehicle bay at the back that can fit a rock, that can fit an Ursa/Nursa. You could fit a couple of vehicles in there. You know, it's got excellent crew facilities and crew quarters, and 11,780's gems. I just didn't like how the, you know, the marker broke though. At that distance, it very much looked like... Well, we got two patches of gems here. It very much looked like rocks. And the sun is rising. On the 5th day, look to the east as the sun rises. Oh, I don't think these are fucking real. I don't think they're real. God damn it. And there was another little cluster here somewhere. These ones don't exist either. Ghost gems, yep. Okay, well, I haven't seen ghost gems on Magda for a long time. I'm just saying. Look at Crusader up there, man. Stanton off to our right. Crusader up on the left up there. It is a beautiful place to fly around. 7440. Looks like gems to me. Are they going to be real gems? They are real gems. No, they are not real gems. Are you kidding me? Sometimes they will manifest. What about the old shooting of the gems? Lobby95, how are you? Thank you for joining us on YouTube. What do I mean, not real gems? These are ghost rocks. There's not actually any rock there, even though it looks like there's a rock there. Like it. Let's just land right now. I'll show you. Whoa, that's a bad place to land. So ghost rocks, right? It looks like there's a rock there. There should be a rock there, but for some reason, the server just hasn't spawned the rocks in. Here's a ghost gem. We'll go have a look. You can walk right through them. Yeah, exactly. There's nothing actually there. And you can tell that because there's no outline when you scan the gems. There's no outline around them. When you hover your reticle over the gems, normally it will outline whatever gem you're targeting. That's how you see that from the air. I'll show you once again once we get back into the ship. The Starlancer Max just doesn't seem like a cargo hauler to me. CIG should have just made it an exploration ship and called it something else than a Max. I expect a significant cargo hauling bump from the Freelancer Max and not what they currently gave us with the Starlancer. They are visible just normally. Yeah, look, Rude Boy, I can understand that. You've experienced that mining in prison, have you? So I can just run straight through these. Oh, hang on a minute. Oh, they've spawned in. Oh, that one hasn't. No. They are not here. Oh, one of them is. That one looks like it's there. No. No. Yeah, so if we get back in the ship, we'll notice that some of these gems we can, highlight with our targeting reticule. Some of them we won't be able to. Yeah, I have seen a lot of people saying that the Starlancer, they should have increased the storage capacity instead of having, 4 of those 5-star, double, bed hotel rooms. And I can certainly see merit to that. What's the Freelancer Max? What's that SCU? Because this is only 228, right? I think the Freelancer Max is what, 196 or something? It's close, or 188 or something. Okay, so you can see some of these we can highlight, right? Some of them we can't. So the ones that we can't highlight don't actually exist. Ghost gems. So what we might do is we might land and start mining these 3 that are here. got 120 on the Freelancer Max. So it's 100 SCU bigger, man. You know, that's fairly significant. Alright, let's land the yellow submarine. And, we'll mine the 3 that we can mine. Maybe the others might pop in. As Skeet said, sometimes it takes a little bit of time for them to pop in. Let's find out. What do you think, Ruboy? They should have given the Star Lancer. How many more SCU do you think there would have needed to be a hauler for you? Do you think they could have fit it somewhere else? Because obviously the living quarters is up here. What have we got down here? We've got another elevator. We've got the ladder and the docking collar, and then we've got the server room up the front there. The Taurus is 174, so it's a bit bigger than that too. It's easier to load cargo in the Taurus too. Well, I haven't loaded any cargo in this, but you know, I would have assumed that the drop down, you know, cargo bay, just like in the Taurus, you know, there'd be a very similar loading experience. Okay, so far it still looks like there's only 3 here. They should have had compete close to the Caterpillar. The Caterpillar's huge though, right? That's like 600 or something. Chicken pad time! We actually had some of that earlier tonight. It's not because of the center walkway, it's actually a pain to load it because you have to go around it. And it's low to the ground, you have to go all the way around the ship. Oh, that's a very valid point. That's a very valid point. If they made the back all cargo grid option, that would have sufficed. Is the whole back not cargo grid? Oh yeah, it's just along the sides, isn't it? And the vehicle, then there's got like a vehicle bay in the middle. I think that's what I noticed when I was trying to snap a box to it. Yeah, just the edge. Yeah, okay, I can see, yeah. Okay, that's fair enough. Yeah, if they made the whole back cargo area a cargo grid, yeah, that would have given, you know, another, what, 80 SCU? 96 maybe? Yeah, but Chicken Pad Thai mentions a very valid point I hadn't even thought about, is that you've got to walk around the ship to go load the other side of the, you know, the cargo bays. Okay, looks like we still only have 3 mineable rocks here. That's a bummer. If it's a 1 or 2 SEU box, you can. But the 8, 16 or 32, you can't go under the ship. Got to try out some hauling. I really haven't done a lot of it at all. I did like one play session with a little bit of hauling. Yeah. And I did kind of enjoy it, you know, from a logistics perspective, you know, teeing up the best combination of your route and the cargo drops to maximize, you know, your efficiencies was good fun. I do think, you know, with the number of hauling missions that appear in the list, they need some better ways of being able to, you know, filter that list, either by pickup location or drop-off location or stuff like that, so that it made it easier to look through that massive list and go, okay, I just want to see the pickup locations of where I am. You know, what's here that I can move? Or, you know, I want to go to this destination. Just show me deliveries that are going to that destination. Sort of stuff. I think that would make it, you know, much easier to plan out, you know, high profit routes without having to click and go through each contract. And by the time you figured out, okay, I want that one, I want this one, okay, this is going to be a good route. Let me now go back through all those and select all those missions. The very good thing is there are multiple entry points to the ship if your cargo hold is full. That is one thing I'm really liking about the Star Lancer, is that it's got a bunch of access points. Wow, we just gobbled all those gems up quick. I reckon some of them must have fallen to the planet. And I don't think any of these are here. That's a bummer. Oh, that would have been a nice little cluster. Okay, back on with the journey. Now, we don't have a cargo box with us to be able to transfer gems, so all we can do is fill up the ROC. That's 800 gems. And then go try and sell it. From a rock mining perspective, you know, you could fit 3 rocks in here easily. Nice big ramp. Nice big ramp to get in and out. It's a pain to go through, yeah, chicken pad, exactly. So there's so many in that list. Like I've only gotten up to like the rookie level, and there's like 90 contracts in there. It's crazy. I think I'm almost done with 4.0 till it gets patched again. 10 crash to desktops in less than an hour is enough to test anyone. No, we're going to go up one more level. And I like the fact that it's got a ladder as well, so you can move between the levels. Oh god, I can't wait for a rework of the Starfarer. And NPC refueling missions. I love that stupid, you know, pitbull. Yeah, I'd be giving the 4.0 a rest, man. I'd be giving it a rest for sure. Also, rewards are so weird, says Chicken Pad. You get 13k for a small cargo of 7 SCU and planetary, and then you can do another contract where you need to move 100 SCU and you get 15k. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. No, it doesn't make sense at all. That's the other thing about looking through the list, right, is trying to find, you know, those missions that, you know, have the best payout for the least amount of work, right? What does that say? 620? That's not gems. $4340. I've forgotten the RS signatures for gems. I used to know them, but this weekend is worse than last weekend. Yes, I have not been in. I'm just waiting to experience it all anew and live. Okay, this is looking promising. This is looking promising. Fuck, I don't know what that is. Kind of looks a bit purplish, but kind of looks a bit bluish as well. It's aphrite. It's all the 13k one. Usually you can get 5 or 6 of those in one run, so you make around 100k for the run instead of moving 120 SCU for 15. Yeah, yeah, exactly. $17.90. $4,340 is 7. Don't be a hatty ho. Yeah, true. We should just be mining whatever we can find at this stage, right? 10740. That's way too big to be gems. That's got to be rocks out there. Yeah. Yeah, the expedition today hasn't been fantastic, so I can see skipping Dolivine. I think at this point we should be trying to take whatever we can. Look at this little slow flight. What are we in? Oh, we're in SCM mode. Let's get ourselves back into nav. 10,450. 10,540 is 17 gems. Oh yeah, I guess we get these big clusters now, don't we? But when they're spread out like that, you can see they're all spread out. That's 100% rocks out there. $14,180. Again, you can see they're kind of spread out. That's 100% rocks. You have to turn up your limiter when out of scan mode. Or the speed limiter. Nah, we're going fast enough, man. Does that say 680 for 880? Definitely gems. Whoa! Are they real gems? They are. Lovely. Let's go. Yeah, that'll be alright. I finally figured out how to turn visualization on my 500, my 5800, 5800 X3D, and boy, does it make a difference. Virtualization. Hand minables? These ones? I don't think so. Actually, I've noticed that... Oh, what the fuck? I've noticed that hand minables are actually much more easily mineable with the rock now. Beforehand, they just used to explode. But now you can actually mine them. You don't get a lot of gems, obviously, but... But these ones didn't look... They look too big to be hand minables. Good luck you gave up, did you, mother figure? Daymar's not really living up to its hype right now. It's aphrite. Oh well. Be what it be. Yeah, like if we were on Magda right now, we would have had, you know, at least 2, you know, trips of, you know, 2 SCU box. Over 1,000 gems. Twice. And we wouldn't have been destroyed. But then again, we wouldn't have been mining in such a beautiful location. Daymar is lovely to fly around. Yeah, Magda rocks. Gem prices have gone up in 4.0. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Man, we really need at least another 3 gem types. And an abundance of missions and things to do in caves to give us a reason to go in and, you know, hand mine and look for janolite. And we need varied clusters, you know, of not just one gem, but multiple different types of gems. Although I did see a little bit of Salty Mike's stream, I think. No, Red Monster SC. They were doing some rock mining somewhere in Paro. And the gems didn't spawn in clusters like this. They just spawned, you know, individually, but over a wide area. So you'd have to drive around to, you know, mine them. I kind of liked that. Rather than just sitting down on one cluster like this, you'd actually, you know, you'd find an area and you'd drive around and you'd mine the gems in that area. From the perspective of having different gems, that would be cool if you found a location that's like, you know, 100 meters square or whatever, and it's got, you know, different sorts of elements there. So you could pick and choose. Do I want to take everything, or are we trying to maximize our cargo efficiency, or are we specifically, excuse me, just looking for this type of mineral? And then after I realized that they were mining on Pyro, I was like, nope, I got to get out of here, man. And I can't watch too much of this. I'll ruin my journey of discovery. Getting a little too hot. Hadnite is over 400 AUEC each. Wow. Diamond and quartz should be rock/hand minables. They should be 100%. 100%. You know, there's so much scope for making rock mining way more interesting. You know, and we've talked about this multiple times on multiple different sorts of streams. I should compile all of that into a rant video. Not a rant video, my bad. A suggestion to CIG on how to improve rock mining. Must also apologize, you know, for last week. I noticed as I was watching back the stream a little bit, whenever I'm vaping quite close to the microphone, it makes this weird buzzing sound, which has been mentioned to me before. The channel unnamed group has been disbanded. I wasn't part of a party. Which is why I keep pushing the microphone away from me. They don't listen. Well, you know, as long as things continue to get better, I don't mind how long it takes. Got plenty of other things to do with my time. But as long as things continue to get better, as long as things continue to get added, as long as they iterate on things, I'm a happy camper. Yeah, so as I was saying, I must apologise for the stream last week, me vaping in the microphone. It was, as I was watching some of it back, I was like, man, that's damn annoying. They have their own plan. Well, we're just here. Well, I'm just here for the journey. Whatever the plan is, I don't really mind. This is pretty much the only game I play. Although I have been playing a little bit of Airport CEO, which has been good fun.
Sorry. Be better.
Man, I really miss the Pedro. No more Pedro. Kept on getting YouTube warnings for including that in my sound bites. I need a musician to give me something similar.
No time to panic.
Yeah. This is no time to panic. No time. We are getting gems. I was just about to say Pedro Rip. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta find something similar. One thing I have noticed about Daymar is it's a little bit easier to scoop up the gems than it is on Magda. I think because Magda has such a rough surface that, that's the wrong button, that the gems are a bit sticky. Oops, I think there's one over here. Is that it there? Yep. Okay. They do need to make the camera a little bit more intuitive. But not too similar. Yeah, exactly. It's gotta be something, you know, it's gotta be its own thing. Actually, it is way easier just to run down that catwalk and climb up this ladder than it is to go through all the doors and then down the left and... Punchy, loud, and funny. Yeah. All right. What's next? Excuse me, what I should do is I should turn off the head tracking in FPS mode. Oh, that was hand minables. No point going back for that. Wow, it's getting very white out here, isn't it? Look at this. This is when we crash into a mountain. $9.20, and I wish they'd make that number a bit bigger. But this will be a reasonable cluster. Are they real? They are. Let's go.
Hold up, wait, put the Tim Tams down. Motherfig fired up with a $3.92 super chat. Thank you for your support, Tim Tam Fun Smile.
Thank you, mate. That's greatly appreciated. It's scary, man, that exchange rate. £2 is almost $4, man. God, I'm going to be visiting my family in the UK next year. And that's going to bankrupt me, man. Oh yeah, while we're here, let's just quickly jump into here. Head tracking, FPS. Position, external view, enable in FPS. No. Okay. That must have been the wrong thing. Head tracking general toggle. Disable during FPS. Yes. Hang on. What's going on here? What? Why is it still enabled? Weird. Skates the human calculator 16. He has a chart. Yeah, okay, that's better. Yeah, I used to have in front of me like little panels with all the, you know, prospecting charts and the gem numbers and everything on it. That's not going to help. We got to get ourselves a door that's open. All right, let's find out what these are. We're on our equal gemologist experience right now. Whatever they are, we're going to scoop them up. Oh, God. Oh, are they behind us? Yep. What are they? Why is the arm not working properly? Oh, yeah, because this is on. It's Hadonite! A nice big cluster of Hadonite! Are we going to be able to mine these and get away with it? Or is there going to be some calamity? Only time will tell. You got backlit tracer boards, Skeet, with my stick layouts with mining numbers on them also. Yeah, I've seen you posted that on Discord before. It looks sick. Looks absolutely sick. Yeah, I need to do something similar. I never remember what the buttons on my sticks are, and I don't use half of them because there's so many buttons that I can't remember what I map everything to. Alright, the old break and take. None of this break everything down and destroy half the gems in the process. Do the old break and take. The boards are cheap on Amazon. Commander Alice, just done an entire 39 SEU salvage run with the windows so scratched you can barely see. Well, I haven't overcooked a rock in a long time. But I'm glad I saw that coming and got out of there. That's exactly what we don't need right now. I do love a good salvage mission. It's easy money too. Easy money. It's good Netflix activity. It's a good money-making expedition. And you just want to chill, you don't want to do anything, you don't want to think about anything. Just put on some, Netflix or Stan or whatever, or YouTube, and watch somebody stream or whatever, and just go float around in space and look for panels. How did you get the 39 SCU salvage run? Were you in the reclaimer? You've been cheating at salvage, Skeet? How have you been cheating? Have you been spawning your own ships and salvaging them? In the Vulture. How did you do 39 SCU in the Vulture? If the Reclaimer had an easier way to get components and weapons into the cargo hold, I'd be using it. Yeah, I've never been aboard my Reclaimer. Another one of those purchases where I'm like, I'm going to do lots of stuff with the Discord, and then I just don't organize anything. I've never been aboard it, but I hear people talk about the elevator and stuff, and it's got a lot of issues. And I'll take my Reclaimer out, park at 10k north of like a research outpost. Can fit 2 buffer pools in the backpack in the back, plus 13 more in the buffer. Man, that's going to be some well stacked boxes in the back there. Let's get this one while we're thinking about it. Not a bad little cluster, this one. Got to do the second one outside. 24 in back is fairly safe. You can do 3 loads in the Vulture, 2 lots of boxes, and then fill the buffer for 39 SCU total. Crazy. Yeah, I guess so, because I normally can get 24 in the back, as Commander Alice says, fairly safely, and then plus the buffer. Keep on forgetting about the buffer. Yeah, it's a good chunk of change. It's a good chunk of change. Finally, a reasonable cluster of Hadonite. This will get us quite close to filling up the ROC. 514k at New Babbage. Are the prices different, are they, depending on where you go? Using the sparks from the panel to tell if there's still material is a pain. Wish the repair function fixed the scratches instead of reclaim. That's pretty crazy. That's cool that the glass gets scratched though. I like that. But yeah, it's a bit crazy that, you know, repairing doesn't repair those scratches. You're not worried about money, Rhino, until 4.0 drops with the economy rework? Oh, yeah, 100%. There's no reason to be, you know, too concerned about money, right? It's all gonna go. I can't wait for it. It's gonna be so good. And then after that, I don't think there'll be a wipe after that for a while, so, you know, can really get stuck into things. I now have a blown up vulture, so salvage in my hangar though. Now have a blown up vulture to salvage in the hangar. Yeah, it's going to be so good. I can't wait. I can't wait. You know, obviously, you know, as I mentioned earlier on, my alt account, you know, Argo's account, I'll only ever use that on streams, so that's going to be a fun journey, but my main obviously will be getting out to Pyro and stuff, and you can't salvage in your hangar, they stopped it. I'm still buying ships just in case they don't take ships. No, they've confirmed they're going to be wiping everything. Or why play it all? Yeah, I know, that's the thing, right? You know, where do you find the motivation at the moment to play? You know, this is always the pre-wipe, you know, doldrums, so to speak. You know, what do we do when we know it's all just going to be wiped in the, you know, the next month or so? How do you get rid of the debris, or is it now decoration until 4.0? If you log off and log back on, doesn't it clean it up? It will vanish when you store a ship, says Rhino. Hmm. $52.4. We got 524 gems in the hopper. Nice, nice. I think once we've done this patch here, I think we're going to go try and store the rock. Given that we don't have a cargo container to move all the gems into to sell it, you know, off a freight elevator, or, you know, out of, you know, the storage warehouse, out of the warehouse, I guess I should say. We're going to try and store the rock and see if we can access its inventory. I wonder if we can just park the rock in the cargo elevator. Yeah, that would be cool. Now, I think we need to request, you know, parking at a vehicle bay and then store it. And then hopefully we'll be able to access it from the admin terminal. Otherwise, we'll be flying off to go retrieve a box to put everything into, and then put the box in the warehouse to be able to sell these gems. So I think we need to give Daymar another chance. We need to give Daymar another chance. You know, we've certainly had some adventure. But it hasn't been as, you know, Hadanite galore. As Rhino would say, the only place for Hadanite really is Aberdeen. But I think as a place for rock mining, you know, if you're just finding gems and you're just ducking down, like we've just started doing, and just mining whatever's there, it is a beautiful moon to fly around. It's certainly much more interesting than Magda. You should have a removable box that you can just put on the elevator. Yeah, 100%. It should just have 1/8 SCU boxes. You just like the mule. Just open up the container, put a 1 SCU box in there, and then close the lid. And that way you could just have a whole bunch of 1/8 SCU containers on your ship, or in a larger SCU container. And then you can just easily transfer those containers into your warehouse. Magda is purty. She's definitely a purty moon. Once we get some stability, filling multiple boxes will negate some of the need to just go for Hadanite. True. I don't know. I think people will always, you know, just, you know, I think until we get some variability, just like, you know, the old Quantanium days, right? The only thing worth mining was Quantanium. Until we get a reason to be mining other minerals, an economy that influences, or contracts that influence, you know, the need to have to mine other things because there's a, you know, a flow-on effect for those, you know, materials, then I think you'll always have people, bloody ads. I think you'll always have people just chasing the higher value gems. Or, you know, until there's like a fluid economy where, for example, in the 4.0 patch, Hadanite being 400 AUEC isn't always the case, right? There might be an abundance of Hadanite because everyone's been mining it, and thus, therefore, the price people are prepared to pay for it drops to like 170. And then people are like, okay, you know, Dolivine is now more valuable than Hadanite because there's just so much Hadanite around. Until we get that level of, you know, fluidity in the economy, I think you'll always have people chasing the, you know, the most highest value, you know, materials. That's why you watch on YouTube. You have premium Skeep. Well, thank you so much, mate. I don't know why I'm saying thank you. I don't actually make any money on on YouTube. They're just showing you ads for their own benefit. Villains.
Did you know why we drink water? Because we can't eat it.
Yeah, crafting will need Dolivine. Well, crafting, you know, hopefully that's going to have an influence on everything, right? Crafting being the reason why we need different resources, but then like a marketplace that influences, you know, those, or accessibility to those materials. So you can go to the market and buy materials, And then obviously whatever's selling at the market is going to influence the price of what that item is going to sell for into the marketplace. That's when things are going to get really, really interesting and, you know, give you a reason to actually be, you know, a while back I was talking about how I wanted to be an ironmonger and I just wanted to mine iron, right? Worth absolutely nothing. But, you know, just from the perspective of it being worth nothing, I was like, I want to be the Iron King. And at some point, all of these different materials and minerals and elements are going to be required from a base building perspective. And you're either going to have to, you know, collect these resources yourself or buy them from a marketplace. And then obviously, as soon as you introduce a marketplace, that's when an economy actually starts to, you know, function. Because I might sell my iron to the marketplace, or I might put my iron in the marketplace or on the market, you know, cheaper than somebody else or more expensive, or, you know, as soon as the players are there to be able to set the price or the game's mechanic, internal economy sets prices. Or a combination of both. You know, you might have like the game markets, right? The exchanges, and then you have a player run. You know, like you have a Sunday market, right? I've got 412 SCU of iron. It's for sale for, you know, 42 SCU, 42 AUSC SCU, or whatever. You know, as you'd find in any MMO. You always have a player-run marketplace. Then the game also has its own internal shops, right? Shops. Places I can sell things to and buy things to, and the prices there are always different than the marketplace. A 100% of people who drink water die. This is very true. 100% of people who sleep die. Which is why I never sleep. But yeah, PvPs will buy the mined goods. And vice versa, miners will buy PvP guns off the PvPers. Yeah. Yeah, once we've got that sort of economy happening, then it's going to make a big difference to, you know, how people play, you know, what we look for, what we mine for, and then throw into that exploration gameplay. And all we need for exploration gameplay is the ability to deploy a quantum beacon. Now, I've spoken about this before. The quantum beacons right now can be deployed. If you've ever done the deploy probe mission, that is what a quantum beacon should be. You go somewhere, you buy one of those beacons, just like you do in the mission. You go to the admin area or the bloody Covalex terminals and you retrieve the probe, and then you fly it out into space and you deploy it. Use exactly the same probe. It already functions as a, you know, from an animation perspective and all that sort of stuff. Just create those as, you know, variable beacons. What we pay for the beacon is how long the beacon is active for. And if you want the beacon to be permanently active, then you need to fly out occasionally to the beacon and replace its power source. How cool would that be? From a game perspective, you know, being a beacon operator saying, you know, I've got 612 beacons active. There's no way I can service 612 beacons. So, you know, I'm going to put out some contracts for someone to go and service, you know, once a week, fly out and service these 20 beacons. Go replace the fuses. Fucking what? Gameplay? I'll do that. Service technician. You know. It's such a cool idea. I know, Viv. Fucking amazing. How did you come up with that? I don't know, man. I didn't sleep. It came to me when I was in the toilet. Yeah, putting it into reality slowly, says Motherfig. Yeah, exactly. You know, all these things will slowly happen. And like I was saying just previously, I don't mind how long this takes. I don't mind what issues we face along the way. I don't care how many bugs there are, just as long as there's slow, small, consistent improvement, right? The philosophy of Kaizen. Small but continuous improvement. Alrighty. El Pacho done. And we are pretty much full. We've got some outliers here. We'll clean these up. And until all these things come to fruition, I'm going to make the best of whatever I can make the best of. Well, I should say I'm going to have fun with what we're able to have fun with. All right, I think that's everything. Looks like it. I don't mind this this paint. Kind of like it. Yellow orange. It's getting better. I mean, 4.0 is 350 player cap per shard, I think. Shards need more DGSs. Well, the networking side of things will constantly, improve. I think maybe 250 cap will be next. Thank you, Motherfig, for commenting on both Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate those people who are multi-streaming, hanging out on YouTube and Twitch. Legends. As always, I appreciate everyone who's chosen to spend some of their time hanging out with me here at After Dark as I carry on. We've got a rock full of gems. So is Daymar good for rock mining? Meme TV, welcome on YouTube. Well, I came to Daymar specifically in search of Hadonite, right? Because, of the various moons or places to go looking for Hadonite, Daymar, Aberdeen, Magda, Ariel, everyone's slightly different. And I spent most of my time mining over on Magda. But Daymar today hasn't been amazing. But is it, good for rock mining? 100%, of course, As with every location, we've got all the different minerals here. It's a beautiful moon to fly around. It has a lovely atmosphere. It feels nice. It looks beautiful. There's just a lot of activity on Daymar. At the beginning of the stream, we managed to find some Hadonite after a while, and then we got immediately jumped by someone who destroyed the ship, and, Rhino says, no, too many players there to kill you. That is one of the challenges with Daymar, is it's just there's so many points of interest on Daymar. There's a lot of people here that, the chances of being, pirated or just straight up murdered is significantly higher than many other places, which is why I predominantly do all my mining over on Magda. I live in Hurston. my base is Lawville. I spend all my time in Hurston, and Magda and Ariel obviously both being in Hurston. They're very quiet places. There's, on Magda, there's only 2 outposts. On Ariel, there's only 2 outposts. There's nothing there. Whereas Daymar is full of locations, it's full of players, and it's full of people looking for an opportunity to, either pirate you or, just straight up just get into some murder. So is it good for rock mining? Sure, there's gems there. Is it, have I ever been ganked on Magda? No. The first time I go mining on Daymar, have I been ganked? Yes. You sell your gems yet, Meta? No, we're just about to go and do that. So what the plan is to go back to Lawville. We are going to, and I guess we can try this in different areas. Let's get going to Hurston. Atreyu.
Standing by to assist you, Commander.
You are not. Why do I have to yell at you all the time? Set a course for Lawville.
Acknowledged.
All right, let's get this quantum car spooled up. Send us there.
Certainly, Commander.
So we're gonna go to back to Lawville, just so we can, because we're going to be finishing up soon, and I'd rather be back in my home base. We're going to deploy. I didn't bring a cargo box with me, so I haven't been able to transfer the gems from the rock into the cargo container, the store all, and then put the store all in the warehouse to be able to sell the gems. So what we're going to try and do is put the rock into storage, and then go to the admin terminal and see if we can sell the gems from the rock. And if that doesn't work, then we'll just get the rock back out. We'll put the gems in some containers and store it away. Excuse me. And then next time or later on, or perhaps after the stream, I normally play for a little bit longer after the stream, I might try and store some a rock at an outpost, at a mining outpost, at the vehicle pads, and then see if I can sell the gems at the terminal whilst they're still inside the rock, but the rock is stored at that location. So in the event that I'm ever in the situation that I'm in right now, I have a rock full of gems, but no container to store them in, I can still sell the gems directly from the rock. That's what we're about to do right now. I know what I'm doing in a couple of hours after we get back from the shops. I didn't even think to use my Star Lancer as a rock hauler. I love it. The Star Lancer at the moment, for me, has been of limited use. I only picked it up just the other night. But being able to put either multiple rocks in the back and go out with some friends and, find those big clusters of, 15, 16, 19 nodes and just, have a good time on Discord and chat or whatever and just mine big clusters together. Or, out by yourself with a rock, a nurser in the back. I had my nurser in the Lancer before. You've got a mobile base for rehydration and repair and healing, especially if you're mining somewhere like Aberdeen, where, the environment is incredibly hazardous. It's very, very hot. You overheat. You need a lot of fluids. Having a nurser on board really helps. And plus, like you mentioned, Mean TV, it's like a space bus, right? I love the crew quarters. I like having to, it's got so many, points of traversal, the elevators, the ladder, it's got multiple decks, it's a lovely big fat melon, right? I love it. Gonna go and try and fly a kite in 40-mile-per-hour winds soon. If we come home with it is another thing. So yeah, I've been, you know, my vehicle of choice for a long time was always the Nomad, which is a wonderful rock hauler. It's just a nice, quick, easy ship to get around in. Then I used the CL1 for a little bit, as I had it as a loaner for, I can't remember what I had it as a loaner for. And then obviously when I picked up, I had it as a loaner for my Zeus. And when the Zeus was released, I've done a little bit in the Zeus. And now we're doing a little bit here in the Star Lancer. And, you know, each ship is slightly different. You know, they all have their pros and cons. Which one is best is the one that you enjoy the most, you know. And as for me right now, you know, this has been a fun outing in this vessel. You know, I'm looking forward to the wipe in 4.0, and we can actually get some liveaboard sort of adventures going on. And I'm definitely 100% looking forward to jumping on in my alt account and really struggling from the very beginning with, you know, nothing but a Pisces. And I've always used the Cutlass Black. It is a very popular ship, the Cutlass Black. A very popular ship. Rhino, if you come home is another thing. Well, don't hold on too tight to that kite, man. You CCU'd your C1 to the Zeus, then CC'd the Zeus to the max, but I still have a C1 in live. Amazing. Alright, so we're going to have to do a bit of naffing about here to get the rock into storage. We're going to have to get it off the ship, put it to the side, store the ship, then store the rock. C1 is the snub ship at the moment. Contact landing services.
Acknowledged. CLS has been contacted. Awaiting confirmation.
This one in the middle here is always my hangar.
I apologize for interrupting, Commander.
Okay.
YouTube is broadcasting a subscriber alert.
Okay.
Thank you, Meme TV, for subscribing on YouTube. Welcome to After Dark.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate the subscription on YouTube. Deploy landing gear.
Yes, Commander. Landing gear is being deployed.
Welcome to After Dark, mate. Appreciate you tuning in. We're just getting back into things after a nice break from streaming. And we're down just to once a week on Saturdays at the moment. And as things, you know, continue to, you know, progress, evolve, you know, that might increase. But I certainly don't want it to decrease from, you know, once a week. Every Saturday, 9 PM, UTC plus 10. Obviously, I'm here in Australia.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
All right, so it's very nice to meet you too, Meme TV. My name is Viv, aka Crouch. And this is After Dark. Although I could really stream at any point in the day because there's no windows in this room, so who's going to know, right? Sneak. All right, what are we doing? Whereabouts are we? We've just come out of the bridge. We want to go down here. Yeah, I'm looking. Oh God, what's going on? Holy crap! Things are happening. Nobody panic. It's just regular space station activity. So my hangar roof closing. Who knows? Could be the hangar next to me. yeah, I'm looking forward to setting up this ship. Putting food and drink and all that sort of stuff up in the crew quarters, and every time I do that, the ship is destroyed within an hour. But it's still fun, right? It's still fun, especially when you get other people on board and people are like, "What do you mean vehicle impounded, reckless vehicle operation? How about you go talk to your grandmother? She's lonely." It's always great fun, especially when other people come on board and people are like, "Oh, does anyone have any drinks? Who's got food?" When we did a few mining operations, I don't know, last year sometime in the mole, and everyone would come aboard, I'd give them a backpack, and in that backpack would be, a multi-tool, food, drink. Then we had, containers on the ship with spare, undersuits and helmets and stuff, and it's nice fun. It takes a long time to outfit a ship. But, okay, yep, you're going somewhere. Where are you going? How about you just stay there for a little bit? So it does take time to outfit a ship, but, it's good fun.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
All right, let's store... where are we? What is this ship called? It is a Maersk Star Lancer. Store it. And let's claim that one. What the fuck? 40-minute claim time on the Lancer. Holy Hannah! What's the 85X doing there? I don't know, sitting over there in the corner. Got a bunch of different vehicles and stuff here. I think we've got an 85... No, this is... Yeah, what's this? Is that the 85X? It's just chilling out. We got something else down the other side down here. What is it? The M50 Razor or something? Got a bunch of Furies chilling out. They're probably just been washed. Gary's finished those up. I think we got something else stashed down the corner here. This hangar is ginormous. Oh yeah, what? We got something down here too. I don't know, it's just, it's a hangar, man. It's got to have stuff in it, man. The M50. Okay, so now we got to put the ROC away. Really would be nice if we could put vehicles on the freight elevator. At some stage I'm sure we'll be able to do that. Love this Lynx, man. It's going to be so cool when we can sit in here and actually watch stuff on the TV. How cool would it be to sit there and watch YouTube on your Lynx? Alright. Let's put this thing away. Do you store your ROC and then sell from that in the TDD? That's what we are going to try to do, Meta. I read something somewhere, I can't remember where, saying that, this should be good, is that if you have a vehicle stored in a location, you can access its inventory. And if that's not the case, then we've got a couple of boxes, Oh, fuck, this place is too big, man. I think there's some boxes somewhere. I don't know, there's some boxes around the place somewhere in this stupid hangar. From the admin building. Yeah, not the TDD, from the admin building.
Welcome to the
Yeah, like Rhino says, from the admin. The admin. Alright, let's store the ROC. Oh my god, it's impounded. I'm driving it off my own ship.
I'm sorry. That vehicle is currently...
You want me to pay a $50,000 fine or wait an hour? Says the man who complains that nothing ever costs too much and that everything needs to be increased in price. He's talking about a self-imposed tax of 10k every time I claim a ship. Or $200 every time I get on the train. I can't complain about that, can I? All right, let's just pay this stupid fine.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
It's moving it to storage. Okay. That's very interesting.
Visit us again. Goodbye.
How is it getting moved to the storage? Where's all the...
Welcome.
Now it's going to be unknown,
Retrieval system.
and I'm going to have to claim it, aren't I? What the hell is this about? I'd go check the minables, hey? Yeah, this is when the doors open and I fall to my doom. All right, we got gems. We have gems. Okay, Star Citizen is being Star Citizen, right? All right, this might have to be an experiment we do at a later date. Because I'm pretty sure that rock now is balked.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
Do you know if there's an easier way to load gems out of the rock into a storage box? No, other than just putting them into your backpack, you know, in groups. And then putting them into the storage box. No, unfortunately not. We were talking about that just before. Saying, you know, the storage container at the back here. This should be a replaceable 1/8 SCU box. Open the hatch, take the box out, put an empty box in, and then just put that box inside another SCU box or just chuck it into your ship. That's how it should work. Yeah, exactly, Meme. It used to spit out boxes of gems. Exactly, just like that. Skeet, you can put them on the floor in the elevator, but you need to do it one at a time. It'll only ever drop one box on the floor at a time. Let's grab one of these boxes, conveniently stored here for use at some point in time, which happens to be now. Now, because I've only got a stupid backpack on that can only hold 50 gems, this might take a little time. Well, that was a bummer. I was kind of hoping we could just chuck these stupid things on the ground. Oh god, that's not going to work. Let's just put them in. Let's just put them in the box, because we're not going to have enough gems to fill the box anyway. So let's just put these in the box, because we've got a little light backpack on. Brother, you are prepared in that hangar. Well, you know, it's my spaceman. It's my home, man. That's what I was saying before. You know, I like to set a ship up. You know, I'll make sure I've got spare armor on there, spare undersuits, food, tools, equipment, ammo, guns. I kit out all my weapon racks. And then I go on an adventure and die in half an hour. And then I do it all again. I spend, you know, an hour and a half prepping a ship, and then I go on an adventure. Oh, God. I'm not your average player. Everything in Star Citizen takes 468 hours, so I might as well spend, you know, 500 hours and have fun. This is a nightmare. Let's spend a couple of hours doing this, eh? All right, let's go. 1. The Pembroke holds 120 gems. Yeah, because, you know, unfortunately we lost that heavy armor I was wearing after we got ganked earlier in the stream on Daymar. I doth have no heavy armor left. My collections of armors are running slim. And because, you know, the storage inventory management is just not amazing. I don't like buying, you know, multiple sets of armor and stuff anymore because it's just messy and cluttered, and, you know, I don't like it. I like things, you know, a place for everything and everything in its place. You know, I'd like to be able to label these boxes and, you know, say like, these are my sets of, you know, Morozov armor, you know, these are my sets of True Death, this is my sets of, you know, GR Org armor, you know, these are, you know, backpacks, etc. Instead of just having page after page after page, you know, it's so early 2000s web design. Yeah, just being able to pull out the container, that little thing, and replace it, perfect. I was going to say all we need now is the ROC DS to have a second laser, and that would be amazing. Next week, soon, TM. Adventure Prep Simulator. I love that stuff. Got a lot of good ideas from watching this stream. Well, I appreciate you joining me, mate. Thanks for subscribing. And I'm looking forward to more adventures, you know, as we continue to progress here at After Dark, and as the game continues to develop. You know, we'll continue our, you know, our good times. And the cold one, is that the Nikarov? No, Nikirov? Something like that. The yellow one. That was the one that we used as the referee's armor in the Thunderbolt, if anyone remembers. The refs were wearing those big ones because they're nice and heavy. Bright yellow, so hopefully none of the players would shoot the refs. Dumb Ways to Die was written for Crouch's Star Citizen Adventures, I'm convinced. Suit lockers will be a welcome addition when they get it along. Yeah, 100%. 100%. That's just another way that I can kill another hour, you know. Putting together armor sets and then equipping all my my suit lockers. Give us a stack all button, man. Oh, hang on. We've got different types of gems here, don't we? That's right. Maybe through the process of splitting all of these, Star Citizen will be Star Citizen and turn them all into Hadanite. Oh, no. Didn't work. We were close. Wait. What was that about? Alright. Bye-bye. No, that's the wrong thing to do. Excuse me. Sort of in the middle of something right now. That sort of behavior is unnecessary. The Novikov, yeah, that's the one. Hey, okay. Alright, let's start. Oh, well, what's going on here? Hey, let's put that away. See if this makes a difference. Nope. Okay, let's try this again. Let's just wait a little bit for things to chill out. Okay, here we go. Should be at least able to access both inventories when close enough. Yes. I don't know. I'm kind of really enjoying, you know, this physicalized inventory. You know, I can imagine for many people it would be a massive pain, but you know, having to physically get something out of something and then go put it in something else. Yeah, I can imagine that's not a lot of fun for most people, but you know, there's something really tactile about it. Ah, fuck, which one has it in it? This one. I might as well put the missiles back in the inventory, and we can put the gems in here too. There's all this stuff. I guess we don't really need... Oh, no, let's bring it back up. We'll put it in the... Put it back where it belongs. Don't put it down, put it away. You don't need to restack them, hey Rhino. But don't I then just need... Oh no, I guess I don't sell individual clumps of gems. The terminal will just say you've got this many gems in your inventory. Hang on, what's going on here? That was inappropriate. Alright. We need named boxes, 100%. 100% we need separate, we need named boxes. You should bring the gems back up in the elevator. Okay, why, are they all going to be, you know, hundreds of gems all over the ground? I get the idea, but the implementation after we had the magic inventory is a step backwards in my mind. It's certainly very different. It's certainly very different, and you know, it can be tweaked and improved. You know, like I said earlier in the stream, you know, I do enjoy looting stuff from the outposts, the mining outposts, and that sort of stuff. And it has been kind of a little bit interesting, having to carry everything one by one back to the ship, but it has meant that I really don't loot those outposts as much as I used to. You know, whenever I'd go to refuel, I'd just chuck everything in local inventory, then chuck it all into the ship, and it would be there to sell, you know, next time I was in port somewhere. But because I've got to carry everything one by one, I really haven't been doing that. I'm kind of torn between, you know, I do like the whole aspect of, you know, I found a suit of armor and I got to carry it back to my ship. And I'm torn between changing that to, you know, being able to transfer stuff through some other sort of medium. Or, you know, if we just say, you know, once we get pyro and armistice zones and things here in Stanton are a little bit more heavily policed and, you know, there aren't armistice zones, so to speak, and we can use tractor beams and then going, okay, you know, there's a bunch of loot here. I'll go grab me a box, you know, from the car and I'll bring it in here and fill it up. Just like, you know, if I'm going to my warehouse and I'm picking up a bunch of stuff, you know, I'll take a little storage tub with me, or I'll have one at the warehouse. And I go there and I put a whole bunch of stuff in the storage tub and then I bring it out with me. Yeah, like Ruboy says, the current inventory system will improve, but the magic inventory system of the past was ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. The past 10 years has made Star Citizen players game lazy. I don't know if it's just the past 10 years of Star Citizen. It's just, you know, games and inventory management in general. You know, I've never played a game like this where, you know, where with this physicalized inventory, you don't have that magical inventory, right? And I'm just trying to think back to the days of playing DayZ. I get, you know, outside of backpacks and all that sort of stuff, and I don't know. I kind of wish there were tubs that you can carry that held a fair amount of stuff. Yeah, well, I think the biggest box that we can carry is the 1/8, right? And 1/8, you know, SCU, you know, you can't really fit a lot of stuff in them, but that's why we have tractor beams. Things now feel like a chore to them. Yeah, it's true. Well, in a game that's supposed to be like a sim, you are living in this universe, and, you know, to do things in this universe, you know, you've got to do it kind of almost in the same way that you do it in real life. Like my analogy of, you know, going to my warehouse to pick up a bunch of small bits and pieces, I'd have to put them in a box or carry them in a bag, and I'd have to take those things one by one, put them in the box, and then take the box and put it in my car, and then come home and take the box out of my car, and then take the things one by one out of the box. Now, I can understand that most people don't want that in a game experience. But, you know, given what, you know, CIG has always spoken about Star Citizen being, you know, as close to a sim as they can, you know, taking it to the point of realism and then dialing it back to fun, you know, how far can you dial it back? God, I wish we could have put that rock in here. Can we see any of the rocks A to start with? Mirai Furies, Grey Cat, STV, no. We can't even see the DS. Oh, maybe I haven't delivered it here. Morville. Cat Night. I don't know. It's different for everybody, right? You know, some things, you know, that some people find interesting and exciting, other people are just going to despise. How do you satisfy everybody, really? Do they sell the 1/8 boxes? Yeah, at the cargo decks. In fact, I think you can even buy them here at Tammany and Sons. And last I checked, you could put them in the rock box. It was a while ago, though. In my opinion, anything with convenience should have some sort of penalty.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Commander. Twitch is broadcasting an alert.
Okay.
The family pack has been opened. Flossie69 just gifted 5 subs. Enjoy the Tim Tams, folks, and welcome to After Dark.
Flossie. What a legend, mate. What a legend. Thank you so much, mate. A hype train just started on your channel. I'm such a Twitch noob, right? I hear these things about hype trains and all that sort of stuff on other channels, and I don't understand anything about Twitch at all. Thank you, Flossie. You're a legend, man. Your support has been incredible. Ever since I started this nonsense, you've been there dishing out subs on Twitch and, you know, just been an overall legend. So thank you, mate. I really appreciate it. Can I sell some of this stuff? Oh, you know, one thing I haven't noticed so far is that price mismatch thing. Have they fixed that up? Can I actually loot all of these melons and stuff now and fruits and, you know, be ridiculous? Degnius root. I'm going to sell those for 10 AUEC. This is all going to matter to Argo, man. He's going to need every penny he can get, man. Revenant pods, 53. How much? We're getting 89 bucks for this. 89. Do you know how many mags of P4 that buys? At least 640. The easiest should have the heaviest penalty, yeah. Yeah, well, you know, I want the game to be interesting and involved and deep. Okay, they're not going to buy any of this stuff. The Year of the Rooster envelopes. Let's sell all this stuff, right? Just clean all this up. I think it puts 1/8 in your backpack, then transfer to the ROC, but the 1/8 box did not fill up. You still had to transfer the gems to box inside the ROC box. Yeah, it'd be sweet if we can just put a box into the ROC and take the box out and, you know. All right, so we're going to have to wait until next time to find out, you know, if we can just lower the ROC into the, you know, a location and then access from an admin terminal or a commodities terminal, I'm assuming also would work. I don't think there's anything stored aboard any of these ships. I don't think I've got anything at this point stored in any ship, so we can't even test it. Oh, holy crumbtaculations. It gets convoluted, yeah. For example, the auto load and unload, depending on the profit, the more it costs. Yeah, exactly. Currently, the auto load and unload is dirt cheap. Yeah, well, you know, I'm going to jump onto Discord after I finished up here, and I'll go in the Star Citizen chat, the thread there for improvised missions. I'll start throwing some ideas in there. If you guys have got any ideas, I think it'll make a little bit more sense once I start, you know, putting into that thread what my vision for the improvised missions for 4.0 is. And then I'll put the 0 to hero. I'll put another thread in there with everything, you know, that's going to, you know, determine how Argo you know, plays the game and the various taxes, and, you know, like they're claiming insurance on any small ship costs 10k. You know, if I wake up in a hab, I need to pay 1,000 credits for it. If I catch public transport, it's $200 per trip. You know, all these things that influence, you know, his finances. So it's not just earning. There's going to be costs involved. Obviously the in-game costs, so petrol, repair, ammunition, all that sort of stuff, but then the everyday expenses, you know, paying $1,000 to wake up in a hab is going to have a big influence until he can get to the point where he can buy himself a ship that has a bed in it that he can log out in, and then all of a sudden he's not paying $1,000 every time he wakes up in a bed. Oh yeah, we need to put medical expenses in there as well. You know, medical recoveries. Now, you know, some of these things are going to suck, right, from a gameplay, from a bug perspective. But, you know, that's just, you know, the unfortunate reality of the situation that we face ourselves in at this point in time. But thank you very much, everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure hanging out with you for the last 5.5 hours. Flossie with the 5 gifted subs over there on Twitch. What a legend. Congratulations to Uber Smith, Merkel33, Rhino picked up a sub as well. Let me move some of this other crap out of the way. Motherfig Tsunami Surfer. Appreciate everyone who's been chilling out there on Twitch. Appreciate everyone who's been chilling out on YouTube. As always, it has been an absolute pleasure to spend some of my Saturday night with you guys, and I appreciate you spending some of your time with me.
No time to panic! Start panicking!
Stop panic! I will either see you on Discord. If you, I'm trying to hang out in the Discord chat a little bit more frequently.
Oh, shit! No!
That was 100% unnecessary, Flossie. So I'll either see you on Discord or I shall see you on the next one. Now that I've got my stream deck sorted out, I know which button I need to press because it's clearly labeled end stream. I'll see you next time. Bye. Oh yeah, I forgot about Twitch's Rady business. Thank you, Rhino, for the reminder. Oh man, now I've got to look into how all this works again. Okay, so we're going to be here for at least another 15 minutes, right? Well, I figure this out. There's a button that I just press, right? Raid channel, but then I've got to find a channel to go raiding with, right? Okay. Who knows? Let's go raid this guy, Jfish. No idea. He's checking out IAE. It's in English. Oh no, here's another Australian dude. Let's go send here. First place, Star Citizen. Australia, AMA is a VTuber. MDA009. It's been up for 6 hours. Young Professionals joint stream. All right, we're going in. We're going in raw. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what they're talking about. We're going in. Running around naked in the Discord. All right, we're off to MDA009 over on Twitch. Can listen in for a little bit, I suppose. I'm sending you over. We're off. We're raiding now. See you later, Twitch. See you, YouTube. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.